Chapter 1288. I found it. The scene froze, and Xiao Qin saw everything that happened that day. It was like he was there personally. Ancient words floated in the pillar of light that descended from the sky. These were the dragon characters that Xiao Qin saw in the Dragon Grave Sea. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin guessed. The dragon race, people from the outside world, made a move. Xiao Qin continued to watch. There was no expression of pain on Lu Riyue's face. However, when the light descended, it was like some shackle in her body had been unlocked. A dragon might spread out and spread out. Lu Riyue turned into a white dragon and soared into the sky. How strong! This dragon might made even Xiao Qin feel a deep fear. Compared to Lu Suifeng's description, the impact of this scene was several times greater. Even the blue dragon yuanying in Xiao Qin's body opened its eyes and released its dragon might. The scene changed. The white dragon soared into the sky, and the crack in the sky started to close. As the crack closed, Xiao Qin vaguely saw the white dragon descend from the sky on an ancient altar in the distance. The tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators around the altar all knelt down, their faces filled with respect. This was the end. After that, Xiao Qin could no longer see anything. He loosened his fingers, feeling somewhat melancholic in his heart. "Brother-in-law, how is my sister? Is she in danger?" Lu Suifeng asked anxiously. Xiao Qin did not tell Lu Suifeng about the final scene he saw. He said calmly, "She's fine. It is possible that you will never see Riyue again in this lifetime. However, I can be sure that she is fine. She might even be better off than we imagined." Late at night, the waning moon hung high on Qingyun Peak, and a cold wind blew. This night was cold and desolate. Even the lunar palace was deathly pale. In contrast to Xiao Qin's current mood, it was even colder and more desolate. "Ao Jiao! Do you remember that I told you about Emperor Forsaken making a move against me half a year ago?" Ao Jiao nodded and said, "How can I not remember? I have never seen you so panicked before. You scared me to death." Xiao Qin slowly filled his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. "You guessed wrong. That was not Emperor Forsaken making a move against me. Instead, it was Lu Riyue leaving this world. Everything related to her will be mysteriously erased. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not that capable. Given Emperor Forsaken strength, it was more than enough to deal with Lu Riyue alone. Even if Emperor Forsaken was capable, he would not have the energy to deal with so many people at once." Xiao Qin put down his wine cup and sighed. Just like that ancient powerhouse mercilessly erasing his aura from the abandoned land without any reluctance. Xiao Qin's words jiao jiao and said, "Was Yu Qin?" Suddenly, Yao happened half a jiao. Happened when Lu turned. Happened. However, how come your memories were not erased? What's going on? Xiao Qin shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. He remembered that strong spiritual sense from back then. He could not resist it at all. The other party easily extracted the memories related to Lu Riyue. However, just as he was about to succeed, that mysterious energy suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. "What are you planning to do?" Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiao Qin's expression sank. He suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. "She is the lover that I made a promise to never give up on. She is the most beautiful memory of my life. Even if it takes 1,000 years or 10,000 years, even if gods or Buddhas block the way, I will chase after her and never give up." After understanding the truth behind Lu Riyue's departure, Xiao Qin was no longer anxious. His worst-case scenario was that Emperor Forsaken had captured Lu Riyue. However, when Xiao Qin saw the final scene of the dragons bowing to the white dragon, he calmed down. Xiao Qin did not know what kind of world it was outside the abandoned land. He did not know why Lu Riyue had erased all traces of her existence, like those ancient powerhouses. However, All he needed to know was that Lu Ryue was safe and had not been captured by Emperor Forsaken. That was enough. Since those ancient powerhouses from the peak of the martial epoch could leave, then Xiao Chen would definitely be able to leave as well. As long as he persevered, there would be a chance to meet Lu Ryue again. Xiao Chen was more confident than the sky. Since he had arrived at Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen chose an uninhabited peak and decided to stay there. As for the memories of the others, he did not help them recover. Firstly, he was afraid that it would be too complicated. Secondly, he was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble and provoking that mysterious energy to make a move again. While on the mountain, Xiao Chen enjoyed a rare period of leisure in the Kunlun realm. Aside from cultivating as usual, he spent most of his time pondering the saber domain. After establishing the saber domain as the foundation of the saber, Xiao Chen no longer wavered. Even if this path was wrong, he would persevere to the end, as this path was the most suitable for him. Ao Jiao did not remain idle, either. She organized Xiao Chen's resources in preparation for breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Right now, she was still an item spirit and could not break free from the lunar shadow saber. Her strength was limited by the lunar shadow saber reaching a bottleneck. Only by raising the lunar shadow saber to a divine weapon would she have a chance to break through to a higher cultivation realm. A cool breeze blew, green shadows, a blue sky and white clouds. On the summit, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, looking peaceful. Xiao Chen leaned against a rock. The lunar shadow saber was like a living thing, dancing nimbly in his palm, the back of his hand and his arm. It was a dazzling sight, too much for the eye to take in. However, Xiao Chen's gaze and thoughts were not on this dazzling lunar shadow saber at all. He just let his right hand play with the lunar shadow saber happily. Xiao Chen looked at the bright and sunny sky and muttered, "I stayed in the heavenly saber pavilion for a month. This peaceful environment is indeed very helpful in comprehending the saber domain. Now I can completely hide my power in the surrounding grass and trees, as well as in the clouds." 3 months ago, Xiao Chen's saber domain was very scary. Not only would it roar with thunder, but it would also be covered in dark clouds. Going back further, when he just comprehended the saber domain, he did not understand it at all. He only knew how to unleash his power. Now that he thought about it, it was very crude. Could it be that Senior Lan was laughing at me for being like a porcupine? According to what Senior Lan said, I have already gone from power to subtlety. With a thought, the saber intent filling the air is all mine to use. If I cultivate further, I will solidify this space, merging my entire heart into this 1 kilometer, making this 1 kilometer into my own space. Saber domain. Saber domain. Cultivating the word domain. That was to say, one had to rely on the state of space. Instead, the saber became a supporting existence, a supporting role. After all, the entire Kunlun realm believed that the space Great Tao was much stronger than the Great Tao. This was because the space Great Tao was hard to grasp and even harder to cultivate. However, in comparison, the saber Tao was much easier to grasp and even easier to cultivate. How could it compare to the space Great Tao? Originally, Xiao Chen thought so as well. However, as he cultivated the saber domain, he wavered. The saber Tao might not be weaker than the space Great Tao. However, the vision of the Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm was restricted, preventing them from seeing the essence of the saber Tao. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's heart, and the nimble lunar shadow saber immediately stopped leaping around. It appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, tightly grasping it as he pointed it forward. The scabbard came out and stabbed into the cliff in front. Buzz! The saber trembled. An entire space trembled slightly. Withdraw! Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the light of the world within 1 kilometer slowly shrank. This formed a strange scene. Within 1 kilometer, the sun shone brightly, looking incredibly piercing. However, within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen's world, the light slowly shrank. When the light faded, it left behind an eternal darkness. Slowly, slowly, all the light gathered on Xiao Chen's body. However, just at this moment, there was a PUCI sound, and all the shrinking light appeared. Intense fluctuations appeared, like disobedient children, scattering in a hubbub, returning to where they came from. This was the direction Xiao Chen was currently cultivating in. He did not choose to solidify this space and merge his body with the domain, working hard towards Senior Lan Chaofeng's level. Instead, he chose another path, gathering everything within 1 kilometer into the saber in his hand. The saber domain focused on the saber. Everything had to be focused on the saber. The saber could not be a side character. How difficult. Every time I reach this step, it immediately crumbles. I wonder what the scene will be like after I grasp a little of this path. Xiao Chen's heart filled with anticipation. However, he also felt somewhat anxious. He did not know if he would succeed on this path. He had tried more than 1,000 times, but he had not succeeded even once. He could not help feeling somewhat depressed. Let me practice my profound martial techniques. Cultivating the saber domain is important, but I cannot fall behind on my martial techniques either. Xiao Chen stood up with a somersault. Then he held the lunar shadow saber and spun it in the air. 1,000 mysterious phenomena appeared in Xiao Chen's body. As the saber light gathered, it formed a glorious painting of 1,000 mountains turning into dragons, roaring ferociously in the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Right now, my instant of glory is already at my fingertips. I can obtain whatever kind of glory I want." Again, with a thought, Xiao Chen swung his saber, creating a glorious painting of 10,000 dragons soaring into the sky. The painting shattered, condensed, and shattered. As Xiao Chen swung his saber, he felt incredibly carefree, feeling much more at ease. There is only one saber, instant of glory. Back then, Xiao Chen had comprehended this incomplete martial technique. Now he slowly perfected it. Now he was even more at his fingertips. He could use it as he pleased and withdraw it as he pleased. All sorts of splendor, ever-changing and boundlessly ingenious. Following that, Xiao Chen practiced the 1,000-year hegemony establishment many times. He had already perfected this martial technique to the point of perfection. Unfortunately, this was a medial-grade, profound martial technique left behind by someone before him. Furthermore, there was only one move. Hence, he could not use it as smoothly as instant of glory, which felt like it surged in his blood. Xiao Chen stopped and frowned. How unfortunate. This 1,000-year hegemony establishment should be a saber technique created by an ancient saber sovereign. There should be a complete set of it. Unfortunately, I only obtained this one move. In the cultivation of the saber Tao, instant of glory and 1,000-year hegemony establishment were Xiao Chen's strongest killing moves. As for flawless bright moon, 1,000 frost battle snow, and the completed 4 seasons saber technique, they were slightly weaker. They could only be considered inferior grade, profound, martial techniques. After Xiao Chen finished practicing the saber technique, he casually tossed the saber into the scabbard stuck in the cliff wall. 2 bright moons rose up behind him. Xiao Chen executed the 1,000-year death and the 1,000-year flame at the same time. There were hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments, as well as heartache from the past. The 2 bright moons painted a different kind of beauty. Chapter 1289. When Xiao Chen finished practicing his palm technique, 2 flames of different colors appeared in his eyes, one yin and one yang. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. He moved his feet, following the 2 energies of the sun and the moon. As they chased each other, they created a pulling force. Back at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiao Chen felt that this pulling force could be used not only for defense, but for offense as well. The Taiji Dao contained in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could be explored as well. Slowly, a huge Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. It swept away all the dust and leaves, revealing everything. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, and the fiery light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He muttered, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, I let this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gather dust for so long. I really should not have." Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned and looked to the front. He asked doubtfully, "Where did this fellow come from? How dare he barge in so fearlessly?" There was a strong aura outside the vast mountain range. This person used a secret technique to hide his aura and headed straight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not showing any intention of changing direction. This method of hiding his aura was very ingenious. However, it was not as good as Xiao Chen's foundation returning art. With Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he could see everything clearly. This was like someone relying on their concealment to walk down the street naked without any fear, thinking that they could hide from everyone. However, Xiao Chen saw everything clearly. This person is probably as strong as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Where did he come from? Xiao Chen asked, feeling suspicious. The royal courts of the various nations in the Sky Dome realm had connections with some of the major factions of the Kunlun realm, like the Great Qin Nation's royal court and the Ying clan. As for the Great Jin Nation, it was directly under the control of Bushin Palace. The various royal courts would definitely have a blue-robed emperor overseeing them. There might even be a peak blue-robed emperor. However, all this did not matter. These blue-robed emperors overseeing the various royal courts had no reason to sneak into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Since Xiao Chen was not the blue-robed emperor of the various royal courts, there was only one possibility. Like Xiao Chen, he came from the Kunlun realm. However, who would be so bored as to spend so many resources to come to this lower realm where spiritual qi was so thin? This person was very strong. He completely ignored the various restrictions and formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. His figure flickered in the air, and after a few leaps he landed on Qingyun Peak. He actually came to Qingyun Peak. Did he come for me? Whoosh! Xiao Chen circulated the origin returning technique and concealed his aura. Then he silently landed on Qingyun Peak. Looking at the person who had just arrived from 1,000 meters away, Zhang Xian realized that he was overthinking things this time around. Unexpectedly, this mysterious person did not come to Qingyun Peak to find Xiao Chen. Instead, he was looking for the deep abyss demon that Lu Ryue's father used his life force to seal in ice. This person was dressed in black and had a slender figure. His handsome face gave off a bold and unrestrained evil aura. This person exuded a faint demonic qi. This was the demonic qi that all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm hated. A demon. Based on the aura of this person and the demonic qi around him, it was clear that he was a pure-blooded demon. However, Xiao Chen did not know which of the 18 demon races this person belonged to. Some of the demon races were very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen did not say anything as he hid in a cloud. He looked at this person indifferently, trying to figure out why he was here. It must have been hard on you, first uncle. You have been trapped here for so many years on an ordinary hunt. Who could have imagined that a divine weapon would appear in this insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Coincidentally, I accompanied Master to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have been sealed here. After the black-clad demon spoke, he prepared to break the ice and release the demon inside. Stop! A cold snort startled the black-clad demon. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could sense his intentions. When the black-clad demon looked back, he saw the clouds in the sky shatter. The white-robed Xiao Chen descended and instantly arrived before the black-clad demon. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he did not care about the demon sealed in the ice at all. However, This ice was created by Lu Ryue's father using his life force. Once the ice shattered, his body would shatter as well. This was a situation that Xiao Chen did not wish to see. Although his father-in-law was already dead, he had to leave his corpse intact. In any world, dying without a corpse was a form of disrespect to the dead. A consummation, blue-robed emperor. When the black-clad demon saw Xiao Chen, his expression changed wildly. He was astonished in his heart. Unexpectedly, there was a consummation blue-robed emperor in this insignificant sky dome realm. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was so young, about the same age as his young palace masters. Xiao Chen already knew that this black-clad demon had come to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. His visit to Qingyun Peak was just a convenience, so he wanted to release his first uncle. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. He directly unleashed the might of a king and said coldly, "Tell me honestly what you are doing in the Sky Dome realm. Tell me the truth, and I can spare your life." After the initial shock, the black-clad demon calmed down. "I do not need your forgiveness. An insignificant consummation, blue-robed emperor, wants to capture me? Dream on. Ka." A pair of fleshy wings grew out of the black-clad man's back. With a ferocious flap, a strong wind blew. The black-clad man's body vanished, merging with the strong wind. Then he flew far away from this place. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. When he saw the other party's means, a light lit up in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "So, it is a winged demon that is good at controlling the wind. This move is rather interesting." In the Sky Dome realm's deep-sea battlefield, Xiao Chen had interacted with all sorts of demons. However, they were all extremely low-ranked demons. This was the first time he saw a blue-robed emperor level-winged demon, which piqued his interest. "Ha ha! Insignificant human, what can you do to me? Even your Emperor Wu cannot capture me, much less you. Just save it." Strange laughter came from the howling strong wind as it flew above Xiao Chen's head. In one breath, Xiao Chen traveled 5 kilometers. In a few breaths, he traveled 50 kilometers. How ignorant! Mockery flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Xiao Chen stood on a purple lightning dragon and somersaulted a few times, blocking the strong wind 50 kilometers away. Then he sent out a palm strike, and the violent wind was blown back by this palm strike. Ouch! Ouch! Pained howls came from the surging strong wind. Then the strong wind gathered and reformed into that black-clad demon. However, this time, the black-clad demon was no longer as insufferably arrogant as before. Not only did Xiao Chen break his violent wind evasion with one palm strike, but his internal organs also ruptured, severely injuring him. How could the black-clad demon still dare to be impudent? As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with horror. Right now, Xiao Chen even dared to fight Second Heaven Emperor Wu. He no longer felt it was beneath him to make a move against a small perfection blue-robed emperor. If not for the other party being a demon and having secrets, Xiao Chen would not have bothered with him. "Speak, what are your intentions in coming to this Sky Dome realm?" The black-clad demon retreated in horror in the air. He thought hard about how to deal with this. Just based on that palm strike earlier, this person before him should be on the same level as his young master. A demonic genius. Truly a demonic genius. To think that such a demonic genius could appear in the human race. He is too strong. He holds an absolute advantage in terms of strength. There is no other way. I can only use a forbidden art. The black-clad demon made up his mind, and determination flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Don't even think about making me tell you." Right after the black-clad demon spoke, the energy in his body suddenly surged. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was a sign of self-detonation. However, fearing that it was a trap, Xiao Chen did not retreat. He watched coldly as the other party self-detonated. Bang! He really can self-detonate. Xiao Chan exclaimed in shock when he saw the other party explode without a complete corpse and erupt with horrifying energy. However, shock was shock. This level of energy could already deal significant damage to Xiao Chen. It was better to defend. A clump of flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes. When the energy of the demon's self-detonation radiated over, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed and easily blocked the energy of the self-detonation. No matter how strong the self-detonation of the other party was before the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, it could not do anything. After the explosion, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and scattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. As Xiao Chen looked at the shattered space in front, he sighed. He sighed at the instability of this sky dome realm space and the decisiveness of this demon. Perhaps he should not have displayed such a strong stance. That's not right. This fellow is not dead yet. Xiao Chen felt a weak aura. His body passed through the many spatial tears in front and looked to the south. A spatial tear tore open in the sky, and the black demon's weak figure entered it, quickly fleeing far away. What a fellow! To think that he faked his death to trick me. However, even if he survives like this, he will be severely injured. Furthermore, do you really think that you can survive? Xiao Chen's face sank. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand, and he drew it from its scabbard. A saber light flashed into the spatial tear, just as it was about to close. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. After sending out only one saber strike, Xiao Chen ignored it. He only wondered where this mysterious demon came from. Was there an even stronger existence aside from him? A few minutes later, the black-clad demon, who thought that he had escaped after tearing open a spatial tear, relaxed his expression and revealed a smile. Just as he was about to kneel to the person in front of him, a saber light containing an unparalleled sharp saber intent arrived silently. A saber light with an incredibly sharp saber intent followed silently and chopped off the black-clad demon's head. Blood spurted out. That head did not even know what happened before it died. The sharp saber light chopped off the black-clad demon's head and continued flying forward, showing no signs of stopping. Everywhere the saber light passed, space was like tofu, neatly chopped in half. Dang! A finger blocked the saber light, and the person who attacked revealed a shocked expression on his face. That person's finger actually got cut, leaving behind a shallow wound. Interesting. After flying so far away and killing a person, you are still able to injure me. Right after that person spoke, his finger suddenly released a resplendent light. Kassier! Kassier! Cracks appeared in the saber light that Xiao Chen sent out. After a while, it shattered into pieces. Chapter 1290. The person who attacked had a fair and handsome face. That delicate appearance gave off a carefreeness like a cool breeze, making it hard to associate this person with a demon who cultivated demonic qi. There was an ancient purple mark on this person's forehead. That was the mark of nobility that only the bloodline descendants of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world had. In layman's terms, it was the mark of royalty. If Xiao Chan were here, he would not be unfamiliar with this mark, as he had seen the same mark on the Eros demon lung Yu's forehead before. Feng Zi, the saber intent contained in this saber qi, already surpasses that of a saber soul. This is a powerful bladesman who has started comprehending the saber Tao. A clear voice rang out. The one who had spoken was a charming woman not far away from Feng Zi, who was filled with temptation. This woman also had the mark of royalty on her forehead. She wore leather clothes that revealed most of her skin and had a playful tail behind her. She was an Eros demon. Feng Zi nodded gently and said, "There is no such expert in the Sky Dome realm. He should be a human, outstanding talent that came down from the Kunlun realm. Should we change our plan?" The leather-clad woman smiled coquettishly. Although this was clearly a request, It was filled with a teasing tone. A strong lust flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. He smiled and said, "Yao Manlon, your charm techniques are really ingrained in your bones. I really can't think of anyone in the world who would not fall for you. The beauty of a peach, graceful and exquisite, the fragrance of an orchid lingering." Yao Manlon was indeed like her name, not the slightest bit false. Yao Manlon smiled faintly. The praise of this Feng Zi, a peak outstanding talent of the winged demon monarch bloodline, was very useful to her. "Are you mocking me? Aside from the lust in your eyes, your heart has not moved at all. Haha, that is natural. If you want to move my Feng Zi's heart, that will depend on whether that demon monarch Lingyu of yours can do it or not," Feng Zi said indifferently, his tone brimming with pride. Disdain flashed in Yao Manlin's eyes as she thought to herself, Her Majesty Lungyu's charm techniques have already reached great heights, reaching the level of the soul and the soul. With just one look, she can capture your mind, turning you into a loyal slave. Yao Manlon did not linger on this topic and returned to her own question. "You still haven't answered me whether we should change the plan or not." Feng Zi burst into laughter when he heard this. A torrential, domineering aura burst forth from his eyes. "Change? Why do I have to change it? This Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to come. Who can stop me? Even if Emperor Wu comes, I, Feng Zi, am not afraid at all. There is no need for me to change anything." Upon seeing Feng Zi's arrogance, Yao Manlon felt displeased. Among the 18 demon monarchs' branches, the wind demon bloodline was the most arrogant and unruly. They had always been so confident. However, he did not say anything. This Feng Zi did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. He was only 50 years old now, but he had already killed an emperor-level demonic beast in the deep abyss demonic world. Yao Manlon said, "In that case, we will stick to the original plan. We will charge into the Sky Dome Immortal realm and use force to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart." Feng Zi said domineeringly, naturally, "There is no need to come up with any plans to deal with a bunch of old fogies. We can just kill our way through." However, this person, a murderous intent flashed in Feng Zi's eyes as he interrupted. "It would be best if he does not appear. If he does, my servant will not be killed for nothing." Back at Qingyan Peak, Shao Qin frowned slightly. He felt that someone had shattered his strand of saber qi. Although this strand of saber qi was just a casual attack, that demon was already a spent force. How could he have possibly shattered my saber qi? After thinking about it, Shao Qin could only conclude that this demon had an accomplice. Shao Qin, who had been preparing to continue cultivating, suddenly had an idea. A demon that could easily shatter a strand of his saber qi. This demon that could easily shatter his strand of saber qi was rather strong, at least twice as strong as the demon that appeared at Qingyan Peak. How could there be such a strong person in the Sky Dome realm? Doubts appeared in Shao Chen's heart. Could it be that the Dark Church returned to the Sky Dome realm and sent people to establish a branch? It was very possible. Of the 3,000 lower realms, the Sky Dome realm was the most mysterious. The Dark Church could not possibly give up on this place. I have to make a trip to the Imperial Palace and warning you. Shao Chen did not have any intention of destroying the Dark Church. This was because it was just a branch. Even if it was destroyed, the Dark Church headquarters in the deep abyss demonic world would still send people to rebuild it. Unless Shao Chen had the ability to enter the demonic world and destroy the entire Dark Church headquarters, there was no need for him to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. However, Shao Chen's friends and family were in the Great Qi Nation. He needed to warn you and take precautions. After traveling millions of kilometers, Shao Chen arrived at the Great Qi Nation's Imperial Palace in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Shao Chen got someone to send a message and soon saw the valiant and formidable-looking Yu. Haha, what brings you here again? Are you still going to ask about Lu Riyue? I've already tried to recall many times. There is indeed no such person in my memories. And you said with a smile when she saw Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. He had already figured out the situation with Lu Riyue. Naturally, he would not troubling you again. No, there is another reason. Xiaoqin immediately told you about his encounter during the day and his guesses. After you heard that, she frowned heavily. That's not right. If the Dark Church were re-establishing a branch, I would have received news long ago. Since the last time you returned, the Dark Church mysteriously retreated. I have not heard any news of the Dark Church since then. Furthermore, the demons you saw were of the Wind Demon race. Even if they were re-establishing the Dark Church, they would definitely be led by the humans who believe in the demonic god. The Dark Church has never had anything to do with the 18 demon races. Xiaoqin knew about this. However, he had not thought about it earlier. Now that Yingyu reminded him, he found it strange. Since they were not re-establishing the Dark Church, why did these demons come to the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin? As Xiaoqin thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. Could they be here for the Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are places in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that even I find difficult to deal with. There must be treasures from the Immortal Epic there. That's not right. The treasures from the Immortal Epic would not be of any use to them. You quickly rejected this guess. They were definitely not here for the treasures from the Immortal Epic. It can't be. You seemed to think of something, and her expression suddenly changed. It seemed like this touched on some secret that she could not tell Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was very smart. He guessed what Yingyu was thinking. Is it not convenient for you to tell me? Yingyu thought for a while before looking at Xiaoqin. There is no harm in telling you. The Sky Dome realm does not permit Emperor Wu to come down. You know this, right? Xiaoqin nodded. He had known this long ago. The other lower realms did not have such a ban. Only the Sky Dome realm did. Furthermore, it was a ban that the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demon monarchs worked together to establish. Xiaoqin had been curious about this for a long time. Could it be that Yingyu knew the reason? Yingyu trusted Xiaoqin. Now that she mentioned this, she did not hide it. You are right. I do know the reason. All the royal courts of the various nations know about it. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal Epoch. If one person completely grasped the Sky Dome realm and swallowed up the other lower realms, he could form his own realm, a great realm equal to the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. 10,000 years ago, the last Tianwu Emperor was ambitious. He wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms and then fight with the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm, unifying the entire 3 realms. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty hid such a secret. Yingyu continued, You already know what happened after that. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 5 nations divided the Sky Dome realm. No one was able to unify it. Xiaoqin thought of something. His expression turned somewhat sullen as he said, given that the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty was actually a double blow from the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. I do not know what exactly happened. I'm afraid that no one knows. In any case, after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm made an agreement with the Deep Abyss demonic monarchs. No one was allowed to send an expert on the level of Emperor Wu, or anyone on the level of Emperor Wu. What they feared was a martial emperor reunifying the Sky Dome realm, threatening the existence of both sides. The Sky Dome realm's world core was also split between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, each controlling half. After that, the luck of the Sky Dome realm never recovered. The 2 sides reached a tacit agreement to this day. When Xiaoqin heard this, he forgot why the demons came to the Sky Dome realm. He thought of something even deeper. The Tianwu dynasty was indeed destroyed by the double blow from the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. However, that was not the main point. The main point was the two people from 10,000 years ago, the final Tianwu Emperor and the Qing Emperor Xiaoteng, who ruled the Kunlun realm at that time. From Yingyu's words, Xiao Chen could sense that the Tianwu Emperor wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms to contend with the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. His strength had to be extremely horrifying, probably on the same level as the Qing Emperor. Furthermore, based on the information that Xiao Chen obtained from the Kunlun realm, the final Tianwu Emperor was a good friend of the Qing Emperor. Furthermore, the final Tianwu Emperor happened to die at the hands of the Qing Emperor. In the end, the Qing Emperor who killed the final Tianwu Emperor did not have a good ending either. In the end, he perished and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. That was to say, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty led to the fall of two powerful and ambitious overlords, ending with grievances. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago? Xiao Chen sank into deep thought. The originally huge and complicated situation was becoming clearer and clearer in his mind. As long as he found a crucial point, all the mysteries could be solved. This crucial point was like a key. As long as he had this key, nothing else would be a problem. However, the problem now was where to find this crucial point. Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? Yingyu frowned slightly as she looked at the distracted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and saw the displeased expression on Yingyu's face. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I was thinking of something else and got distracted. What were you talking about? Go on. Yingyu said helplessly. Speaking of the Sky Dome Realm's World Heart, this World Heart is also called the Sky Dome Heart. Both sides hold half of it. Whoever grasps the complete Sky Dome Heart will truly hold the Sky Dome Realm in their hands. After that, they can gather the 9 dragon veins and start swallowing up the lower realms. Chapter 1291. Xiao Chen's thoughts returned to the present. After thinking for a while, he said, You are worried that the demon monarchs went back on the agreement and that the demons coming to the Sky Dome realm are here to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome Heart. Yingyu said, somewhat vexed, I am just a little worried. Logically speaking, the Sky Dome Heart has 5 peak half-step Emperor Wu, cultivators, and strong formations. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would find it hard to defeat them. Furthermore, they have kept to the agreement for the past 10,000 years. There is no need to break it. Agreement. Xiao Chen smiled and said, How can such an agreement be reliable? Furthermore, the agreement back then was that neither side would send Emperor Wu down. A light flashed in Yingyu's eyes. You mean to say that the one coming is a demonic genius equal to Emperor Wu, or even surpassing a regular Emperor Wu? I do not dare to be certain, but it is highly likely. You had best inform the Bushan Palace and tell them to prepare for the worst. Now that Xiao Chen had delivered the message, he did not intend to interfere in this matter. So he prepared to take his leave. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Just at this moment, a guard ran in a fluster and shouted. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Is the Sky Dome Immortal Realm being invaded? Yingyu asked. That guard exclaimed in shock. Princess already knows? Xiao Chen and Yingyu exchanged glances. Their expressions changed at the same time. Unfortunately, they had guessed correctly. Furthermore, they had not expected the other party to move so quickly. What's going on? Speak more clearly. The guard rested for a while and calmed his flustered emotions. He said, The Sky Dome Immortal Realm's Sky Dome Palace, which guards the Sky Dome Heart, suffered an attack from the demons. They lost very quickly, and the Sky Dome Palace has already requested help from the various royal courts. There are a few demons. 2. Yingyu waved her hand and said, You may withdraw. Yingyu sighed and looked at Xiao Chen. She said, You are right. They are indeed demonic geniuses equal to Emperor Wu. The 5 half-step Emperor Wu that were sent by Bushan Palace to guard this place. Each of them was not weak. They were all top existences, but they could not even block 2 demon dwellers. I'll go with you. The elders of the Qin state don't have to go, Shao Chen said. You're going. Yingyu was not very sure of Shao Chen's strength. Are you sure you want to go? Those are two demonic geniuses of the demon race that are as strong as Emperor Wu. Honestly speaking, I do not know what to do now. I am somewhat flustered. Shao Chen smiled and said, It looks like you do not understand my reputation in the Kunlun realm. Just bring me to that Sky Dome Palace. Yingyu could not dissuade Shao Chen. However, she requested that the old man guarding the great Qin nations, Luck, go with her. Since the other party insisted, Shao Chen didn't care. This is the protector elder of my great Qin nation's royal court, a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is as strong as the half-step Emperor Wu. He has guarded the great Qin nation for 200 years already. On a warship traveling through the Sky Dome Immortal realm, Shao Yingyu introduced a white-haired old man in hempen robes to Shao Chen. The hempen-robed old man had a benevolent expression, giving him the air of an elder. After hearing Yingyu's explanation, he already knew the severity of the situation. These are troubled times. 10,000 years is a cycle. These demons finally lost their patience, the hempen-robed old man said worriedly. He felt that the situation of the Sky Dome Palace was not optimistic. Just two demons forced the Sky Dome Palace to seek outside reinforcements. This was simply unbelievable. Little friend, have you heard of any outstanding young talent that can rival Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm? After the greetings, the hempen-robed old man asked Shao Chen. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for 200 years and did not know the current situation of the Kunlun realm. Shao Chen had not seen this person before. Among the half-step Emperor Wu, there were several who could kill Emperor Wu. He had even seen one before. However, among the younger generation, aside from Shao Chen, there did not seem to be anyone with such strength. If the descendants of Di Wux's group of primes in the astral battlefield wanted to rival a regular Emperor Wu, they would have to advance to consummation blue-robed emperor first. Shaking his head, Shao Chen answered honestly, I have never heard of him before. The hempen-robed old man's expression turned even graver. Great chaos is about to descend. The future of the Kunlun realm is not good. Shao Chen muttered to himself, it was just an accident. Isn't old senior exaggerating things a little too much? Shao Chen had been to the Sky Dome Immortal realm twice before. At that time, he was only a martial sage. Back then, he had investigated and discovered that there were some forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that he could not set foot in. Now, it looked like he was right. The Sky Dome Palace was in one of the forbidden lands. Fresh blood spread everywhere, and a heavy stench of blood wafted over. The corpses of the profound beasts that inspired terror in the forbidden lands appeared before the three, their blood still wet. Let's go! The hempen-robed old man leaped off the warship and led Shao Chen and Yingyu forward. Some of the bewildering formations and restrictions that originally existed had all lost their effects. A moment later, a huge palace appeared in front of the three of them. Intense energy, fluctuations could be felt from within. That was the Sky Dome Palace, the forbidden land where half of the Sky Dome heart was stored. 5 half-step Emperor Wu guarded it. The three's figures flashed, and they arrived outside the Sky Dome Palace. They saw corpses lying on the ground outside the palace. There were thousands of them, and their blood had not dried yet. These are the cultivators maintaining the Sky Dome Dragon formation. They were all martial sages. Once the formation was formed, even Emperor Wu had to avoid it. To think that they all died, Yingyu said in extreme shock. The hemp-robed old man frowned and said, Moreover, all of them were killed in one move. Shao Chen's expression, which had always been calm, changed slightly as he looked at the corpses. He had a deeper understanding of the situation than the other two. Not only was it a fatal slash, but these people did not even struggle before they died. It was as if he was standing still and waiting to be slaughtered. His methods were extremely cruel. "People of the Qin state, you are finally here." So. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The reinforcements from the other 4 countries appeared at the same time, as if they had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that these people had arrived a long time ago. However, they saw that something was amiss and wanted to wait for everyone to arrive before entering together. When Ingyu found out, she could not help but say angrily, "How can you all do this? The seniors in the Sky Dome Palace might die at any moment, yet you all waited here for nothing. Little miss, you really abhor evil. Did you not see that these 1,000-odd martial sages could not even activate the formation and instantly died? No one knew what was going on inside. If you go in rashly, you might not be able to save them and end up losing your life." The great Chu nation's reinforcements did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. An extremely strong old man from the great Jin nation said, "This is the result of our unanimous agreement. There is no need to argue. Let's go in together." Suddenly, Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I'm afraid there is no need to go in." "There is no need to go in? What does that mean?" "It is not the place for a junior like you to speak here. Don't think that after returning from the Kunlun realm, you are unrivaled in the Sky Dome realm." The great Jin nation's black-clad old man's gaze was like that of an eagle's as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. The short and fat old man from the great Tang nation said in disdain, "Ingyu, this is an important place of the Sky Dome realm, a forbidden land of the Bushin Palace. You really dare to bring anyone in?" When the great Qin nation's hemp-robed old man saw that the few of them did not like Xiao Qin, he quickly said, "Everyone, there is no need to get agitated. We are all on the same side." Xiao Qin also joined the Bushin Palace in the Kunlun realm. Now that we are in need of manpower, one more person means one more force. The various nations' doyens all came from the Kunlun realm. They had not been there for several hundred years already, so they did not know about Xiao Chen's deeds in the Kunlun realm. Seeing that a junior dared to interrupt them, they all felt somewhat upset. This was especially so for the black-clad old man from the great Jin nation, who was a half-step Emperor Wu. He had always considered himself the leader. Naturally, he was upset that his decision was interrupted by Xiao Qin. Ingyu pulled on Xiao Chen's hand, telling him to be more low-key and not to argue with these old men. "Xiao Qin, don't get angry. These old men were sent to the Sky Dome realm because they had no hope of advancing to Emperor Wu. Originally, they were filled with resentment. Seeing that you are a consummation blue-robed emperor at such a young age, they must be jealous. There is no need to care about them." At Ingyu's consolation, Xiao Qin smiled and did not say anything. In any case, there was no need to argue. His words would be verified soon. There was no need to go in. A cold light flashed in the short, fat old man's eyes. "Since we are in need of manpower now, we will not pursue the matter of you barging into the Forbidden Land. Go and help us clear the way." The great Jin nation's black-clad old man nodded and looked at Xiao Qin. His meaning was clear, for Xiao Qin to obediently lead the way. Xiao Qin felt helpless in his heart. What a bunch of peerless people. They clearly had no hope of advancing and were just waiting for their lifespans to come to an end in the Sky Dome realm. To think that they were so afraid of death. It would be strange if this group of people was of any use to rescue them. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with them. He did not make any moves. "Did you not hear what Elder Hong said?" the black-clad old man demanded angrily. Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "I already said that there is no need to go in. Just wait here." Boom! Right after Xiao Qin spoke, 3 figures fled out of a distant inner hall in the Sky Dome realm in a panic, rushing over to where the group was. These 3 old men were all half-step Emperor Wu. Normally, they were the strongest existences in the entire Sky Dome realm. However, at this moment, they all showed panicked expressions. Injuries covered their bodies, and their eyes showed no desire to fight. Clearly, they were scared out of their wits. What's going on? Senior Mao, Senior Yin, and Senior Lan all came out. The guardian elders of the other four nations forgot to reprimand Shao Qin. They all looked at the three fleeing old men in shock. Manlan, I already said that they are just a bunch of rotten wood. There is no need for any schemes. We can just crush them. Do you believe me now? Loud laughter came from behind. Feng Zi walked unhurriedly in the air. However, he closely followed the three old men, not letting them pull away at all. Yao Manlan acknowledged Feng Zi's strength. However, she felt disdain for his arrogance. If not for Yao Manlan using her charm techniques to instantly charm the 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome Palace and activate the Sky Dome Dragon formation, how could this Feng Zi charge in so easily? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three old men landed before Shao Chen and the others. Then they looked at the man and woman in the air in horror. Seniors, what's going on? Where are Senior Wang and Senior Ma? The great Jin Nation's black-clad old man asked anxiously, feeling somewhat nervous. Chapter 1292. Old Yin, who is the least injured of the three, said sullenly he's dead. That demon killed him. Ah, the consummation blue-robed emperors of the various nations who came to provide reinforcements all showed panicked expressions. Senior Wang and Senior Ma were peak half-step Emperor Wu. To think that they died at the hands of that youth. Not only that, but he even forced out the remaining three old men. How strong was that young demon? Thinking of this, everyone could not help feeling horrified. Then a few people thought of something and looked at Shao Chen. Indeed, they saw no surprise on Shao Chen's face. Shao Chen was right. There was no need to go in at all. Everyone had already been killed and escaped. What was the point of going in? However, this was the inner palace of the Sky Dome Palace, which had many restrictions, greatly limiting mental energy perception. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen saw something that the others could not see. Furthermore, his predictions were very accurate. Oh, another group of people coming to die. Is this all the strength that the Bushin Palace has in the Sky Dome realm? This is really disappointing. I thought that this mission would be more difficult. Feng Zi's arrogant shout interrupted everyone's guesses about Shao Chen's true strength. Now, they were all thinking about how to find a way out for themselves. When the Sky Dome Palace's old Yin heard this, he gritted his teeth in anger. If the Sky Dome Dragon formation could be activated, how could this brat be so arrogant? For the past 10,000 years, nothing had happened in the Sky Dome realm. The Bushin Palace had long since relaxed their guard. Furthermore, they thought that with the Sky Dome Dragon formation, nothing would go wrong. Who could have imagined that there would be a woman who cultivated charm techniques to such a deep level? With just a faint smile, she could charm more than 1,000 martial sages at the same time. This is the deep abyss royalty of the demonic world. No wonder. This is going to be difficult, Yu said worriedly when she saw the purple mark on Feng Zi's forehead. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. So this is the deep abyss royalty. He recalled some past events. However, his expression remained shocked, not changing at all. Shao Chen, there is no more chance. We will leave together later. It seems inevitable that the firmament heart will be snatched away by them. Let Bushin Palace deal with this. Our lives are more important now. Yu was a decisive person. When she saw that the person in the air was from the demonic world's royal clan, she immediately gave up on putting her life on the line. The bloodline of the demon world's royalty was rare. The mark on their foreheads was their pride. The power from their bloodline would infinitely increase their potential. I can give you the firmament heart. However, can you let us live? Elder Yun knew that he was no match for Shao Chen. Even if he fought to the death, he would not be able to escape the fate of the Sky Dome heart being snatched away. Feeling helpless, he chose to compromise and seek a way out. Feng Zi burst into laughter. A bunch of ants. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? When did humans become so naive? Run. Seeing that there was no hope of compromise, the senior elders who came to help pushed off the ground, wanting to tear space and flee. Am I really that scary? It's the first time we've met, and you're already so scared. It's really sad. A pitiful voice that made one's bones go soft rang out in the air. For some reason, the many old men stopped moving and looked at the owner of the voice. It would have been fine if they did not look, but when they did, they were immediately shocked. That Yao Manlon had an exquisite figure. Her facial features were exquisite and refined, looking like they were made from a divine work. Her tight-fitting leather clothes revealed a large patch of her snow-white chest. The swaying tail behind her not only did not break this harmony, but it even added an exotic charm to her, making her look very charming. Is Manlon pretty? Yao Manlon smiled bashfully. Her bright and beautiful eyes revealed a sense of weakness, evoking a desire to protect her in one's heart for no reason. The group of old men below was stunned. The eyes of the elders who came to help turned hazy. They could not help saying, "Pretty, pretty, pretty. Manlon is really pretty." The three old men who came from the Sky Dome Palace already had some resistance. However, they still struggled, their expressions filled with pain and confusion. The will of thunder in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness stirred up overwhelming waves. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he quickly defended his heart. The will of thunder, which had already reached its limits, released a resplendent light in his sea of consciousness and crushed the strands of pink mental energy into pieces. What a strong charm technique! Although it has not reached the level of attacking the heart, it has already broken away from the body's most primal temptation and can invade the sea of consciousness. If not for my peak will of thunder, it would be difficult to deal with this. Xiao Chun thought to himself, raising his guard. He circulated his peak will of thunder continuously. Manlon, are you really that pretty? Another bone-numbing voice rang out. Yao Manlin's figure swayed dreamily. Really, really, the group of old men eagerly answered, pushing each other to be the first to speak. Clearly, they were already deeply immersed. Heavy disdain flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. In that case, all of you can die. Feng Zi's attacks were incredibly fast. When he threw a palm strike, several wind blades shot out like sharp spears at lightning speed. At the critical moment of life and death, the spears instantly pierced through the foreheads of the old men from the various nations who were immersed in the charm technique. Blood spurted out, and their souls were destroyed. They died with grievances. The many consummation blue-robed emperors did not even try to run when death approached. Dang! Xiao Chen stretched out a finger and shattered the spear, flying at him. Then he pushed aside the confused Yu. His figure flashed, and he shielded the great Qin nation's old man. Then he pinched the spear with 2 fingers. At the final moment, Yao Manlin's charm technique clearly strengthened. Xiao Chun was confused for 1,000th of a second. He only attacked after he reacted. Now he could only save Yu and the great Qin nation's hemp-robed old man. As for the old men of the other 4 nations, even if Xiao Qin wanted to, he could not. At the critical moment of life and death, the Sky Dome Palace's 3 old men quickly startled awake. They avoided being struck in their vital spots, only getting the spears to pierce through their heads and right shoulders. However, they were already injured in the first place. Now, they were even more injured, losing most of their combat prowess. When facing the strong Feng Zi, they could only wait for death. Demonic woman, you will die a horrible death. The 3 old men raged. If not for this demonic woman, the Sky Dome Palace would not have fallen so quickly. However, Feng Zi and Yao Manlon ignored these 3. They only looked at Xiao Qin, who shielded Yu and the hemp-robed old man. Manlon, it looks like your charm technique is only SOSO. You can't even charm a youth. Feng Zi's strong confidence made him feel like everything was under his control. So, he casually teased Yao Manlan. Feng Zi did not care much about Xiao Qin. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be afraid. What more an insignificant consummation, blue-robed emperor. After being teased by Feng Zi, Yao Manlan sent a voice projection indifferently. However, my charm technique was scattered and I did not focus on him. Yao Manlan's expression did not change. She smiled faintly at Xiao Chen and said, "Young master standards are really high. To think that Manlan's looks do not catch young master's attention at all." As Yao Manlan smiled sweetly, she executed her charm technique. Her gentle voice contained a heavy bitterness, making one feel guilty and want to comfort her. What a powerful charm technique! However, how can I fall for it again? A plan appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He allowed the red light in his sea of consciousness to spread out, not resisting it. Then he walked over, appearing both real and fake. "Miss Manlan, you must be joking. This humble one is just— Xiao Chen, don't go over!" Yu shouted, worry filling her eyes. However, Feng Zi had a playful smile on his face as he looked down at her from high above. The killing intent that he revealed inadvertently prevented her from moving at all. The thing that Feng Zi loved to see was such a fool get charmed and then die at his hands without even realizing it. This feeling of controlling the situation, of controlling life and death, filled his entire body with joy. Success! Yao Manlan rejoiced in her heart. The expression on her face turned extremely charming. Her pair of charming eyes were soul-stirring. She looked at the approaching Xiao Chen and asked, "Manlan, am I beautiful?" Xiao Chen was already very close. He could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body. It made him feel like he was in heaven, making him feel like he was in heaven. Feng Zi's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was time to make a move. Despair flashed in Yu's eyes as she shouted in pain, "Xiao Chen!" Guilt appeared in the eyes of the three old men of the Sky Dome realm. If they had not asked for reinforcements, these people would not have died. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. At such a young age, he was already a consummation, blue-robed emperor. His future was limitless. To think that Xiao Chen was going to die here as well. There was nothing more unfortunate than this. Despicable demon girl. She caused the deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. Now, she is going to send another outstanding talent to his death. Old Yin, who controlled the Sky Dome heart, said angrily. A cocky look flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes. She said with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful Manlan is, she is not yours. There is nothing to be pitiful about. Even if you strip naked and stand before me, I will not touch you." The dazed look in Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then his lips curled up in a cold smile. Horror flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes. However, before she could react, Xiao Chen grabbed her neck with his right hand and lifted her up. Whoosh! An intense feeling of suffocation came over her. In that instant, she forgot all about her charm technique. Only the fear of death lingered in her heart, unable to be dispelled. You seem to enjoy the praise of others. You like to make people die in bliss without them realizing it. I heard that when one suffocates to a certain degree, it can also make one feel extreme happiness and die in pleasure. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "This woman was born to bring disaster to the nation and the people." However, she had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Xiao Chen did not feel any sympathy for such a person, no matter how lovely she looked. When Yao Manlan heard Xiao Chen's words, the fear in her heart spread to her entire body, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't kill me," Yao Manlan said with great difficulty, her eyes filling with despair. Yu and the others were all stunned. Unexpectedly, in a breath of time, Xiao Chen used lightning-quick methods to subdue this extremely dangerous woman. How could this young man resist that charm art? That is a charm technique that even scares us. It already transcends physical charm and invades the sea of consciousness. Old Yin and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 1293. The sudden change shocked Fengzi even more than them. Although he said that he could not see through Yao Manlin's charm technique, he kept his guard up in his heart. Yao Manlin's charm arts could already rank in the top 20 of the Eros demon race. Several martial emperors felt a headache when facing her. Today, she actually fell at the hands of a Kunlun realm brat. How could he not be shocked? After the shock came overwhelming rage. To think that this Xiao Qin could still resist and escape his control. How could he not be angry? Go to hell. Feng Zi's figure flashed, and he turned into a gust of wind, directly disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This was the innate ability of the Wind Demon Monarch's bloodline, Wind Wings Evasion. It could hide in the wind, raise one's speed, and conceal one's tracks. Xiao Qin scanned with his spiritual sense and found that he could not find Feng Zi at all. With a thought, he unfurled his 1 kilometer-long saber domain. Feng Zi's swift figure immediately appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes, leaving no place to hide. Pooh! Xiao Chen picked up Yao Manlan with his right hand and tossed her at Feng Zi, causing her to scream in horror. A strange look flashed in Feng Zi's eyes after he executed his evasion. How can it be? To think that he guessed my direction. However, Feng Zi did not have time to think. His lightning-quick strike was about to land on Yao Manlan. Damn it! Feng Zi revealed himself, wanting to avoid Yao Manlan. He could already tell that Yao Manlan was in a dangerous situation. He could already tell that Yao Manlan's attack carried a strong force. He could not receive it and could only dodge. With his killing move broken, Feng Zi felt frustrated. How could he care about Yao Manlan? As for what kind of injuries Yao Manlan would suffer after she landed, that was not something he could care about. Feng Zi's figure flashed, and he executed Wind Wings Evasion again. Furthermore, he was even more careful. Feng Zi's body merged into the wind, not releasing any aura at all. He wanted to silently injure Xiao Qin severely. By relying on this Wind Wings Evasion, he had killed several Martial Emperor-level demonic beasts. What happened earlier was just a coincidence, so Feng Zi still felt very confident. However, he was wrong. Within 1 kilometer, no matter how careful he was, he could not hide from Xiao Chen's saber domain. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed over and directly kicked him out. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Zi and sent him crashing to the ground. Feng Zi fell to the ground and ate a lot of dirt. This kick was too fast, causing him to land before Yao Manlan. When Xiao Chen saw that Yao Manlan was about to land beside him, he casually kicked with his left foot. Yao Manlan vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying before she landed on the ground. The incomparably savage Feng Zi was trampled under Xiao Chen's foot just like that, while the poisonous woman was sent flying with a casual kick. Such a scene flabbergasted the 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace, not daring to believe their eyes. Before coming, Yingyu, who had been worried about Xiao Chen's strength, could not react in time. After Yao Manlan landed, she flopped around a few times. Wounds covered her body, and she showed a pained expression. As she looked at Xiao Chen, horror filled her eyes. All along, Yao Manlan had been toying with men in the palm of her hand. She had never felt such fear when facing a man before. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yao Manlan's mind: flee. However, how could Xiao Qin give her a chance to flee? After killing more than 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome realm, he could come and go as he pleased. There was no such thing as this. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. A resplendent saber light flickered, and the scabbard left on its own. Shwa! The scabbard moved like a meteor, leaving behind a cold purple light. Pu-si-ai! It pierced through Yao Manlin's back amid a scarlet light, pinning her to the ground. These two were still very useful. They both had secrets on them. Xiao Chen did not intend to let them go so easily. Ah! Electricity flickered on the scabbard, causing Yao Manlon to cry out in pain. She could no longer move. Eros demons were not good at fighting in the first place. After receiving such a blow, she would not be able to stand up again without external help. Feng Zi, who was below Xiaoqin, was not easy to deal with. So, Xiaoqin did not waste any words. He raised his saber, preparing to cripple this person personally. You are not strong enough to kill me. Pu-si-ai! Feng Zi roared furiously, and a pair of purple wings unfurled from his back. When the wings flapped, they kicked up a strong wind. As the wind blew, Xiao Chen's body bounced back uncontrollably. Ingyu frowned and said, "Oh no!" This Feng Zi activated his royal bloodline. Xiao Chen did not lose control of this extremely strong saber strike. With a thought, the rapidly descending saber came to a stop the moment the tip of the saber touched the ground. Feng Zi did not waste any energy. When he saw this scene, his expression turned grave. You are the bladesman who killed my servant? When Feng Zi saw the saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the saber intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen said calmly, "If your servant is that fool who came to Qingyun Peak, then it is me. In that case, you can go and die." Feng Zi snorted coldly. Then he spread his wings and charged toward Xiao Chen. After Feng Zi spread his wings, his aura became terrifyingly strong. He knew that Xiao Chen could see through his wind wing evasion, so he stopped executing it. Feng Zi flew forward and started a close combat with Xiao Chen. His hands were his most terrifying weapons. Unexpectedly, Feng Zi could catch the lunar shadow saber, which contained a strong saber intent, with his bare hands. Furthermore, his attack speed was incredibly fast, looking like a spinning clump of light. Dang! 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 Feng Zi's palms clashed intensely with Xiao Chen's saber, giving off melodious metallic clangs. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party was actually faster than him. This was the first time Xiao Chen met someone of the same generation who was faster than him. After Feng Zi spread his wings, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Once the demonic world royal clan geniuses got serious, they could not be underestimated. However, Xiao Chen still held victory in his grasp. As he faced the other party's unpredictable attacks and storm-like attacks, Xiao Chen countered them calmly and slowly. 2 flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The 2 flames, the lunar true flame and the solar true flame, each carried a formless energy as they spun around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen split his law energy into 2 and sent it in. A Taiji force field formed under his feet. Xiao Chen had not comprehended this miraculous force field for long, so he could test it out on Feng Zi. He moved his feet, and his entire body twisted like water. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, followed this feeling and swung his saber, blocking Feng Zi's attack. Initially, the combination of the Taiji force field and the saber technique was riddled with openings. The other party's claws covered Xiao Chen's body, making him look very scary. However, Xiao Chen did not care at all. He had a half-step golden body. As long as he protected his heart of an emperor, he could completely ignore the other injuries, such as losing an arm or a leg. Haha, not bad. This is the first time I've seen someone of the same generation who is faster than me. Xiao Chen could feel that his saber technique and the Taiji Dao were starting to match. He felt happy and could not help speaking happily. However, to Feng Zi, These words of praise sounded like great humiliation. Feng Zi had attacked with all his might, but he only received a not bad evaluation. Clearly, Xiao Chen was handling this with ease. I don't believe that your physical body is really made of iron. The mark on Feng Zi's forehead flickered with light, and his movement technique soared. Immediately, it seemed like the sky was filled with Feng Zi's figures, surrounding Xiao Chen and attacking him non-stop. Good timing. Xiao Chen's consciousness completely immersed itself in comprehending the Tao. Within the formless Taiji force field, his movements slowed down again. In fact, it was so slow that Xiao Chen's every move could be seen clearly. In the eyes of Yingyu and the others, Xiao Chen's every move was broken down into 10-odd afterimages. Every afterimage lingered for a long time, as if they were blocking Feng Zi's attacks. As the battle continued, Xiao Chen's afterimages layered over each other, leaving behind tens of thousands of afterimages. This fellow has a formless force field around him. While my movements look very fast, in reality, the force field slows me down significantly. I have to break this force field. Feng Zi saw that Xiao Chen was growing stronger as he fought. Initially, he was covered in wounds, but now he could receive most of his attacks. So he decided to forcefully break that force field. Winged Demon Finger, break for me. Feng Zi retreated 1 kilometer and pointed at Xiao Chen from afar. A strong wind blew away the clouds, and an ancient finger descended from the sky, thrusting toward Xiao Chen. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was not a finger at all. Instead, it was a solid storm that took the shape of a gigantic finger. It pierced through the sky and tore through the layers of space as it descended. This finger equaled the might of a small perfection, medial grade, profound, martial technique of the Kunlun realm, possibly even stronger. Whoosh! The many layers of Xiao Chen's afterimages merged back together with a whoosh. The instant they merged, Xiao Chen thrust the lunar shadow saber forward and happened to block that gigantic storm finger. Bang! Xiao Chen quickly fell backward. Feng Zi smiled coldly and said, "Trying to fight with me? You are seeking death." However, before Feng Zi's smile could freeze, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's back was about 1 meter above the ground. In fact, he had not truly fallen. Rise! Xiao Chen shouted and circulated the Taiji force field. This force slowly lifted him up. The saber swayed gently, and the storm finger moved like a snake. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He thought to himself, how dangerous. This storm nearly crippled me. Fortunately, I managed to hold on at the last moment. In the earlier moment, Xiao Chen experienced a test of life and death in what seemed like a simple scene to others. The winged demon finger instantly shattered Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. At that moment, his internal organs trembled endlessly, cracks appearing in them. Just as Xiao Chen felt horrified, the shattered Taiji force field reformed on its own. Without needing Xiao Chen to control it, it drew out all the remaining law energy in his body and started circulating it again. As the gigantic finger moved, it kicked up a boundless strong wind. The entire world trembled. Many small hurricanes appeared on the horizon, numbering in the thousands, filling the sky. Chapter 1294. Feng Zi exclaimed, "How can this be? To think that my winged demon finger is like a toy in his hands." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "The game ends here. Many thanks for your teachings. I have just barely grasped the rudiments of this Taiji Dao." However, as Xiao Chen had just grasped the rudiments, he could not use the Taiji Dao to destroy this winged demon finger. However, if he continued fighting, he would not make any more breakthroughs. So, Xiao Chen lost his patience. After dispelling the Taiji force field, Xiao Chen circulated his primordial energy, and a heavy embers might spread out from his body. The lunar shadow saber released a light as it hacked down. The weakened, winged demon finger instantly split in half. Primordial energy. Feng Zi felt dizzy, not daring to believe what he saw. Saber intent filling the air for me to use. With a thought, a vast saber intent spread out within 1 kilometer, gathering on the saber. Then, Shao Qin took advantage of the opportunity to leap up and hack down with his saber. Cassier! Cassier! When this saber descended, space tore apart like tofu. Before the saber arrived, it had already arrived before Feng Zi. Feng Zi instantly went flying, his clothes tattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A saber domain that already reached the microscopic realm. Feng Zi no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He turned and fled, only wanting to leave this place quickly. Shao Qin, who was radiating a vast emperor's might, immediately suppressed Feng Zi's aura, even though he had already activated the demonic world's royal bloodline. In this world, the most dazzling light was Shao Qin. After Shao Qin circulated his primordial energy, the stalemate instantly broke. As Shao Qin watched the fleeing Feng Zi, he quickly swung his saber, gathering all the glory of the various mysterious phenomena into one saber strike. Instant of glory, a painting within a painting. Feng Zi felt a huge pressure. When he turned his head to look, he was immediately startled. He saw a huge and vivid painting covering the area and flying towards him. Winged demon finger. Condense. Feng Zi could no longer care about overdrawing on his strength. He clenched his teeth and executed the winged demon finger again, gathering all the energy on his finger. Cassier, the painting of glory shattered. However, before Feng Zi could rejoice, a new painting appeared. Break. Feng Zi, who still did not know that he was in the painting, heard Shao Qin shout and saw space shatter, revealing him in the space in the painting. His body immediately suffered the pain of thousands of explosions, causing him to howl in pain. Feng Zi activated a necklace on his chest, and a protective halo appeared around him. This was a protective item given to him by the Wind Demon King. Shao Qin could even flee from a sovereign martial emperor. However, he used it up prematurely against Shao Qin today. White-robed bladesman. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the Kunlun realm in the future. Seeing Feng Zi's protective light shield, Shao Qin sheathed his saber and stopped attacking. This guy's speed was already amazing, and now that he had taken out his life-saving artifact, there was no point in chasing after him. In any case, Yao Manlon had already been captured. There was no need to fear that they would not be able to dig out the secrets of her line of work. The 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace walked over and asked respectfully to Shao Qin, "Might I ask for little friend's great name and which senior you are a disciple of?" Respect for the strong, regardless of seniority, was the tradition of this world. Shao Qin gladly accepted, not finding it inappropriate. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I am Shao Qin, considered a member of the Bushan Palace as well. The Thunder King conferred me the title of Blue Dragon King long ago." Conferred king? The Thunder King conferred you that? He was conferred king at such a young age. The 3 old men had not left the Sky Dome Palace for a long time. They were startled, their faces filled with incredulity. In the blink of an eye, this Shao Qin status was even higher than theirs. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." The 3 old men quickly bowed. This was the rule of the Bushan Palace. Before advancing to martial emperor when one was conferred king, everyone had to show respect. At this moment, Inu and the hemp-robed old man walked over. When they saw the 3 old men of the Sky Dome Palace bowing to Shao Qin, they were stunned. Shao Qin waved his hand and said, "You are too polite. You should take care of this demonic girl first, and then tidy up the Sky Dome Palace properly." Right. Old Yin, who controlled half of the Sky Dome heart, said, This demonic girl has caused great harm. We have to interrogate her properly. When the two old men beside old Yin saw Yao Manlan lying on the ground, they mercilessly knocked her out with a palm strike. Then they placed restrictions in her body, temporarily turning her into an ordinary person. We will go and deal with the aftermath first. Blue Dragon King, how about you rest in the palace first? After we are done, we will come and entertain you, old Yun invited. Xiao Chen felt excited. There were some places in this Sky Dome Immortal realm that he was very interested in. He could ask these three old men about them, so he did not hesitate to agree. Old Yun revealed a smile and retreated. You are really good. You tricked me into such a miserable state. To think that I was worried about you when I came. Should I address you as Blue Dragon King now? Ing Yu scolded jokingly after the three old men left. Her eyes filled with mockery. Xiao Qin smiled and said, Back then, I already told you that I would do it alone. If you did not believe me, there was nothing I could do. When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled and said, I will take my leave first. I have not been out for a long time. The world has really changed. The demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan are actually this strong. Goodbye, goodbye. Are your injuries all right? Ing Yu asked as she pointed to the wounds of various sizes on Xiao Chen's body. Strong demonic qi lingered on them, making them look very scary. Xiao Chen smiled and said, These are just superficial wounds. They are not a problem. Let's enter the Sky Dome Palace first. Ing Yu shook her head and said, I won't be going. They are definitely looking for you to discuss the situation this time. I will not interfere with the internal matters of the Bushin Palace. Xiao Chen recalled that Ing Yu belonged to the Ying clan. Although the Ying clan was strong in the Kunlun realm and had abundant accumulations, it was not under the jurisdiction of the Bushin Palace. Xiao Chen did not force her and let her go. A servant of the Sky Dome Palace arrived late and led Xiao Chen to a pavilion in the inner palace. Now that he had some free time, Xiao Chen did not rest. He continuously thought about the earlier battle. There was both joy and worry in his heart. Xiao Chen rejoiced because he had gained a basic understanding of the Taiji Dao. In the future, he would have another strong move. Xiao Chen was worried because he did not know how strong Fengzi was among the demonic world's royal clan. If this person was not at the peak, then the demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan would be somewhat horrifying. Fengzi left two deep impressions on Xiao Chen. First, the other party was even faster than him. Second, once the other party's royal bloodline was activated, his strength underwent a qualitative change. If not for Xiao Chen condensing the heart of an emperor and being able to cultivate primordial energy, he would not have won this battle so easily. However, primordial energy was not invincible. After others found out about it, there would always be a way to deal with it. Xiao Chen could not lower his guard against the deep abyss demonic races. For hours later, old Yun walked in apologetically. Sorry for making the Blue Dragon King wait for so long. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and smiled. I was not bored. Old Yin, please tell me about the casualties. When Xiao Chen mentioned the casualties, Old Yan's expression turned grave. 1,000 martial sages all died. None of them survived. Fortunately, the Sky Dome Dragon formation was not broken. When the Bushin Palace sends new people, it will be able to resume operations. However, Old Yin wanted to say something, but stopped. Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, However, what? Old Yin replied after some thought, However, the good days are probably over. Although the demons did not break the agreement and send Emperor Wu, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that they have fought for the Sky Dome Heart. However, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that someone has snatched the Sky Dome Heart. I'm afraid there will be great chaos. A demonic calamity? Old Yin shook his head. In the past 10,000 years, we have experienced several demonic calamities. The Kunlun realm has to suffer a demonic calamity almost every 1,000 years. However, no matter which demonic calamity it was, our Sky Dome Palace was never attacked. The more important thing is that the demonic calamity that was supposed to arrive this time has not arrived yet. I believe that once it does, it will be a great calamity. At that time, no one will be able to avoid it. Xiao Chen's heart sank. A great calamity? This old yin could be considered a veteran of the Bushan Palace. His words were most likely correct. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chen spoke of his intentions. Does old yin know of any unknown forbidden lands in this Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are really a lot of forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. However, to the Blue Dragon King, most of them should not be considered forbidden lands. Old Yin thought for a while before saying, the Blue Dragon King wants to explore this Sky Dome Immortal realm. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some prohibitions against exploring? Old Yin smiled and said, the Blue Dragon King misunderstands. Even if there are treasures in this Sky Dome Immortal realm, they are just magic skills. No one needs them or cares about them. If the Blue Dragon King wants to explore, I have a map here that records all the forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal realm in detail. There are clear classifications: Martial Sage, Blue-Robed Emperor, Half-Step Emperor Wu, and Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands. There are all of them. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. There are even Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands. Xiao Chen was really not sure about this. Previously, when he was in the Sky Dome Immortal realm, he had not been strong enough, so he had only explored it roughly. However, there is only one. If the Blue Dragon King does not need to, it is best not to go there. Xiao Chen received the map that the other party handed over. Intense interest appeared in his eyes. His two minor magic skills were no longer of interest to him. Xiao Chen needed a major magic skill, or even a supreme magic skill. Magic energy was not a problem. Once the Purple Thunder Divine incantation broke through to the 8th layer, his sea of consciousness would expand again and hold even more magic energy. Old Yin, do you mind if I stay here for a few more days? Xiao Chen asked. Old Yin smiled and replied, what is there to mind? The Sky Dome Palace welcomes the Blue Dragon King at any time. You can stay as long as you want. Many thanks. Xiao Chen needed time to understand the restrictions on the map. He also needed time to consolidate his comprehension of the Taiji Dao. At this point, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Chen to raise his strength. The appearance of the Taiji Dao allowed Xiao Chen to see a trace of possibility. If he succeeded, it would be a great help. However, this was not enough. For his great tribulation of wind and fire, it was far from enough. Hence, Xiao Chen needed a magic skill that could help him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, a supreme magic skill. Spreading out the map, Xiao Chen thought carefully. He ignored all the forbidden lands below Half-Step Emperor Wu. The reason was simple. The old men of the Sky Dome Palace who had this map were all Half-Step Emperor Wu's strength. They should have all been there before. Chapter 1295. Since someone had already visited these places, how could there be anything good left? In that case, there were not many left. There were a total of 10 Half-Step Emperor Wu level forbidden lands for Emperor Wu level forbidden lands, and only one Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden land. Ayo, Jiao! Help me check the periphery first and choose a route for me. Xiao Chen did not have much time. Right now, he needed to comprehend the Taiji Dao and the Saber domain, which focused on the saber. Any time he could save would be a gain. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and grabbed the map. She smiled and said, leave it to me. After saying that, Ao Jiao silently flew out like a dancing spirit. As Xiao Chen watched her leave, his lips curled up in a faint smile. On an island in the deep sea that led to a crack in the demonic world, Chu Chaoyun sat cross-legged with a sword on his back. His eyes were closed, as if he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! After a while, a wind demon wrapped in a golden shield spread its wings and flew through the sky at lightning speed, moving even faster than a meteor. The air could not stop it at all. Chu Chaoyan opened his eyes and entered deep thought. He failed. Even with Feng Zi working with Yao Manlan, he could not obtain the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. It looks like he returned. What a coincidence! However, this is fine as well. If this Feng Zi really obtained it, it will be much more troublesome for me to retrieve it in the future. Revealing a smile, Chu Chaoyan slowly stood up and paced around. Since only one person returned, it meant that Yao Manlan was captured. This was a major matter. Xiao Qin wondered what Leng Yu would do. Yao Manlan could be considered her disciple. Interesting. After this failure, the Bushin Palace should be on guard. The 18 demon monarchs would probably not send more people to make a move. However, great chaos was about to descend. This storm could not stop. I should make my final preparations. 10,000 years is a cycle. I really look forward to the final battle with you. Don't die so early. After learning that Feng Zi did not obtain the Sky Dome heart, Chu Chaoyan was in a good mood. His figure flashed, vanishing from the island. There were 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. Due to Ao Jiao's advanced scouting, Xiaoqin only spent half a month to explore them all. Other than killing a few difficult Xian beasts and obtaining a few Xian cores, he had gained nothing. He hadn't even seen a small magical power, let alone a great magical power. As for an even stronger supreme magical power, there was no need to even dream about it. 10 failures with nothing to show for it had severely dampened Xiao Chen's spirits. Before this, he was filled with anticipation. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Magic skills were hard to find. Even though this was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence, it was too difficult to find it after millions of years. There are also 4 Emperor Wu level forbidden areas. I hope I won't come back empty-handed. Following the map, Xiao Qin arrived at the first Emperor Wu level forbidden area. An icy lake appeared in Xiao Chen's line of sight. Cold qi assaulted him, but it did not freeze. It was incredibly mysterious. I could not endure this icy lake after descending to 1 kilometer. I did not receive any attacks, but I did not obtain any information, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Qin frowned and said, "This temperature is very harmful to the body. Even the Emperor Wu golden body cannot endure it completely. It is already very incredible that you could descend to 1 kilometer. In that case, you only have a half-step golden body. Isn't that even worse? Hence, I can only stay in there for half a day at most. After that, I have to leave." Splash! Xiao Chen fell into the lake. The first 100 meters were fine. After 500 meters, he had to circulate his energy to protect his body. After 1 kilometer, cold qi invaded his body. Aside from circulating his energy to protect his body, Xiaoqin also had to deal with this cold qi. However, it was fortunate that the cold qi did not increase in intensity. He could still endure it as long as it did not persist for too long. After descending for 3 kilometers, Xiaoqin finally stepped on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was very solid. In the lake, Xiaoqin knocked on the ice, but there was no sound at all. He turned his head and looked around. In this lake, there was a kind of crystal-clear ice fish. They were not large in size and looked very docile. There were many of them, and they did not seem to be afraid of Xiaoqin. They swam above and around him without any scruples. "There's nothing here. It looks like I came here for nothing again." Xiaoqin stood up, creating a series of bubbles and gurgling sounds. However, this fish was not bad. Perhaps he could catch a few and roast them. They would definitely be delicious. Being able to live in such a cold place, there might be other unexpected miraculous effects. In this Emperor-level forbidden land, aside from the extreme cold, Xiaoqin did not find anything special. He had already lost interest and could only set his sights on the ice fish. Hey, this fish is so cute. Why do you want to eat them? In the end, this suggestion caused Ao Jiao to protest. Xiao Chen directly ignored it. When he really roasted them, that foodie Ao Jiao would definitely be drooling. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed an ice fish that passed by him. In the end, his hand slipped, and the fish's tail gently swayed, slipping out of his hand. I actually failed to catch it. However, since I'm here, I definitely can't return empty-handed. Xiao Chen was very patient. In the end, the ice fish slipped out of his hand several times, and he could not hold it at all. Moreover, these ice fish were not afraid at all. They even spat at him. I don't believe that I can't catch them. Xiao Chen was a little angry. He released a trace of killing intent in his heart, and it began to spread in the lake. Whoosh! However, it did not matter. The following situation made Xiao Chen afraid. The moment he released his killing intent, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of ice fish stopped swimming. They turned their heads and looked at him silently. No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed a little strange. Ao Jiao, why do I feel that something is wrong? My skin feels like it's on fire, but I don't feel any pain at all. Xiao Chen rolled up his sleeves and took a look. He saw a layer of frost on his skin. With a gentle touch, large patches of frost fell off. Even his bones could be seen. This scene made his face pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his back. Earlier, the ice fish did not spit saliva. It was clearly an extremely high-grade ice fire. Even his half-step golden body could not withstand it. Two. Tens of thousands of ice fish opened their mouths at the same time. Streams of saliva-like ice fire shot at him like bullets. Xiao Chen was scared half to death. He had never panicked like this before. He executed his movement technique to the extreme and quickly swam up. Fortunately, the shoal of ice fish did not chase after him. After they chased him away, the bottom of the lake regained its calm. Xiao Chen, who was covered in ice and fire, broke out of the water. When he landed, he immediately activated the solar true flame in his right eye and covered his entire body, eliminating the layer of fire on the surface. After that, he spent a lot of effort, even using his primordial energy, to eliminate all the ice and fire in his body. Fortunately, he discovered it early, and the ice and fire did not seep into his meridians or internal organs. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Ao Jiao could not stop laughing at Xiao Chen's embarrassing state, scolding him. Who told you to be greedy? I already told you not to catch those ice fish. Now you know the consequences, right? Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. After being chased away by a shoal of ice fish that looked down on him, he did not have the face to argue. However, Xiao Chen's interest in this cold water lake intensified. He had never heard of an ice fish that could spit fire. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious ice fire. What exactly made this shoal of ice fire change? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen preparing and wanting to go back into the water, she quickly stopped him. Hey, you still want to go down? Are you really unwilling to die without being able to eat fish? Xiao Chen smiled. Silly, am I that greedy? There is definitely something strange about this cold water lake. Have you ever heard of an ice fish that can spit fire? However, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely catch a few. My instincts tell me that the ice fish are delicious. Furthermore, they have other uses. TSK, you are still greedy. No matter what, Xiao Chen went back into the water again. This time he learned his lesson and did not expose his killing chi. The gentle ice fish ignored Xiao Chen. Perhaps it was because the shoal of ice fish was too strong and did not fear him at all. Xiao Chen walked on the ice at the chilly bottom of the lake, calmly observing the shoal of ice fish. When one looked at the peaceful bottom of the lake, one would find it very beautiful. The water plants swayed gently with motes of spiritual light. The gentle and beautiful shoal of fish swam around. If Xiao Chun were an ink painter, he would definitely use a brush to properly record this beautiful scene. Aside from the ice fish, there were no other large creatures at the bottom of the lake. This shoal of ice fish was the absolute tyrant of the vast lake bottom. Just think about it. Even Xiao Qin had to retreat after the shoal of ice fish flared up, leaving in a sorry state. What profound beast would dare to provoke them? How cold! Half a day is almost up, and I have not discovered anything. I have to go back up. Xiao Chun wanted to stay behind. However, the cold qi was too strong, injuring his body. He could not stay for long. However, the moment Xiao Qin swam up, he discovered that the entire shoal of fish were swimming quickly in one direction. They were not panicking. Instead, the shoal of fish gave off a cheerful aura. I should have stopped looking for food. Whoosh! Xiao Qin leaped out of the lake water and casually dried his clothes. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to expel the cold qi in his body. Let me see what exactly this cold qi is. Why is it so powerful? With a thought, Xiao Qin sent all the cold qi in his body to his palm. A misty mist came out of his right palm. However, after all the cold qi was expelled from his body, it slowly gathered into a flame. The mist in his palm slowly condensed into a flame, exactly the same as the ice fish's saliva. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The flame in the ice fish's body is indeed not innate. It has something to do with this lake. Xiao Qin, who was even more determined, dove into the water once more. Then he followed the direction that the ice fish swam to where they were looking for food. There was a patch of grass giving off motes of light. The branches and leaves of the water plants were covered with something that looked like dew, giving off a cold spiritual light. The food of the ice fish was this dew. As the ice fish ate, the motes of light dwindled. What is this? Xiao Qin asked in shock. Ao Jiao's eyes lit up. How beautiful! Quickly, swim over and take a look. Xiao Chen felt equally anxious. However, he still retained his rationality. Be careful. For this place to be known as Emperor Wu's Forbidden Land, it is not that simple. Chapter 1296. NN. I feel that we might have found a treasure this time. Little Ao Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Her smiling face was filled with anticipation. The 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade Forbidden Lands had been empty-handed. The two of them were rather dispirited. Now that they had made a discovery, they naturally could not contain their excitement. After observing for a long time, they discovered that the ice fishes eating were all very relaxed, not showing any signs of worry. Xiao Chen made his decision and swam over silently. However, he was still very careful, not daring to relax at all. The water plants stretched out as far as the eye could see. Humans were as insignificant as ants in this place. Xiao Chen observed carefully and discovered that the roots of the water plants did not penetrate into the ice. Instead, they were intertwined like a fishing net, crisscrossing and looking very complicated. However, Ao Jiao did not have as many worries as Xiao Qin. She was currently holding a jade bottle and working hard to collect these spiritual light dew beads, very busy. If only little Yellow Feather was here. Looking at the lonely Ao Jiao, this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind for no reason. Unfortunately, the solar divine flame, a legendary divine item, had long gone extinct. Ao Jiao, do you know what this is? Xiao Chen asked as he collected his thoughts and swam over. I don't know. Ao Jiao replied without turning her head. Collecting these cold light dew beads was even more difficult than collecting the dew from the mountains. One needed to be very focused. Xiao Chen smiled and sent a voice projection. You don't even know? Why are you so happy collecting them? Stupid. Didn't you discover what's special about these dew beads? Cold, extremely cold. If you can collect enough of this dew, it would be more suitable for quenching than any water I know. Quenching. This was the final step in the forging of any weapon. Xiao Qin only recalled it after hearing Ao Jiao's reminder. No wonder Ao Jiao had been thinking about the materials needed for forging a divine weapon. She would definitely have thought of this step before him. If we use these spiritual light dew beads to quench the water, the quality of the divine weapon will increase by at least 30%. Hearing Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Qian's face lit up and he immediately joined in the collection. This was indeed an unexpected harvest. Although he did not obtain a magic skill, the mysterious dew he obtained would greatly increase the chances of the lunar shadow saber entering the divine weapon ranking in the future. Although collecting the mysterious dew was troublesome, he would get used to it after a few times. Xiao Qin quickly thought of a solution. He spread out his saber domain, and everything within 1 kilometer was under his control. Under his control, the tiny dewdrops shot into the jade bottle in his hand like bullets. Ao Jiao was not envious of such a simple and crude method. She preferred to collect them one by one. It gave her a special sense of accomplishment. While the two of them were happily busy with their work, they didn't notice that the large shoal of ice fishes had quietly dispersed, even though it was obvious that they hadn't eaten their fill. Xiao Qin, we should have collected enough dew, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she held her jade bottle. Xiao Qin glanced at the vast field of water plants and smiled. There's no rush. This is a vast treasure trove. We have not even obtained 1/10,000th of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the seaweed beneath their feet suddenly moved, shooting up like a fishing net. Before the two of them could react, the seaweed suddenly moved. Before the two of them could react, the water plants wrapped around their limbs, continuously pulling them upward. Xiao Qian's expression changed drastically. He did not rush to free himself. Instead, he shouted at Ao Jiao, "Quickly come in." A light flashed, and Ao Jiao turned into a sharp beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qian relaxed and calmly observed his current situation. Water plants covered tens of thousands of kilometers around. The water plants for tens of thousands of kilometers weaved into a net looking like flower petals. Break! The situation was urgent. Xiao Qian gathered the saber intent in his saber domain and held the lunar shadow saber in a reverse grip. Then he looked around his left hand. However, to his surprise, the water plants were not hard. However, they were unimaginably tough, giving his unstoppable saber a strong resistance. After a long time, Xiao Qin finally managed to extricate himself from the water plants. However, he was already surrounded by them. The water plants were densely packed, layered over each other. Xiao Qin, who wanted to charge out, chopped down one layer. However, there was another layer. The surroundings were filled with dewy water plants. The dewy water droplets gathered and settled down, looking like a misty flame. How troublesome. Am I going to be trapped here? Xiao Qin tried many times. However, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not chop down all the water plants in one go and create an opening. As for breaking space, there was a strange pressure in this cold water. The structure of space was even more stable than in the Kunlun realm. I only have one move left. Xiao Qin thought. That move gathered everything in the saber domain onto the saber. However, Xiao Qin had not succeeded even once. He was not confident of using it at this critical moment. Xiao Qin, don't panic. There is an exit above. There is still an exit above. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind. That was right. The water plants soared into the air from the ice and gathered together. As long as they did not completely gather together, there would always be an exit above. Go. Every second counted. Xiao Qin executed his movement technique to its limits. He became like a purple lightning dragon leaping into the air. The instant all the water plants gathered together, Xiao Qin leaped out in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he soared up and landed heavily on the ice. The lunar shadow saber could not stab into the ice. Due to inertia, Xiao Chen tumbled back 1 kilometer before he flipped over and stood up. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. The fatigued Xiao Chen did not relax after escaping. Instead, he warily looked to the front. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall. Its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall, and its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. A faint fiery light flowed on the surface of the water plant. When the amount of the mysterious dew reached billions of grains, it actually formed a terrifying ice flame. This also explained why Xiao Qin and the others had collected so much dew but had not condensed it into a flame. The quantity was far from enough. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that it is even stronger than the lunar true flame? Ao Jiao revealed a strange expression in her eyes, unable to understand it. Flames were divided into yin and yang. Of the yin flames, the lunar true flame was undoubtedly the strongest. However, before the primal chaos split, before yin and yang were separated, there should have been flames in the universe. This mysterious flame before Shaoqin should be one of the flames that existed during the primal chaos of the universe. In terms of grade, it was no weaker than the lunar true flame. This was a flame seed that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord personally found in the great universe during the Immortal epoch. As for what this flame was called, Shaoqin did not know. After so much time had passed, such a cosmic level flame no longer existed. The only reason he knew about this fragmented information was because he had read about it in an extremely ancient, incomplete book. He looked at the thick layer of ice under his feet. Even the lunar shadow saber could not split it. Xiao Qin guessed that there had to be a flame seed here. Furthermore, that water plant was also a divine item from the Immortal epoch. To think that it could take root in the ice and grow such a large patch of water plants. Just this point alone was sufficient to show how extraordinary it was. Great, great, great. Although I did not find a magic skill, my harvest today is even greater than finding a magic skill. Xiao Qin revealed excitement in his eyes, feeling incomparably joyful. However, the problem now was how to make a move. Be it this water plant or the flame seed hidden somewhere, they would not be easy to obtain. Xiao Chen, what should we do? Ao Jiao asked unwillingly as she flew out and looked at the mysterious water plant. The feeling of seeing a treasure but not being able to obtain it was unbearable. Faced with Ao Jiao's problem, Xiao Chen did not have a good solution. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. This water plant should scatter. When it scatters, I'll think of something. It is too dangerous to go over now. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen swung the lunar shadow saber at the roots of the water plant with a whoosh. While this looked like a casual toss, in reality, Xiao Chen used his full power. He drove most of the remaining primordial energy in his body and infused it into the saber. Before Xiao Chen's expectant gaze, the lunar shadow saber instantly descended. It gave off an unparalleled sharp saber intent and stabbed the ice by 2 centimeters. Let's go! Xiao Chen only wanted to leave a mark. As long as he succeeded, it would be fine. He had exhausted a lot of his primordial energy. Now he had no choice but to leave. The instant Xiao Chen left the water again, he truly relaxed. He fell to the ground and did not get up. He just lay there and rested. Each time he entered the water, he was frightened to death. This simple forbidden land exhausted him. What a beautiful flower bud! In his half-asleep state, Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's soft cry, so he quickly opened his eyes. Xiao Chen saw a golden, translucent stem, about 1 millimeter thick, in the middle of the lake. At the tip of the stem, there was an exquisite flower bud that looked like a bell. The flower bud was pale white, and its stem was as thin as silk. There were hundreds or thousands of them hanging down, looking like white snow, pure and beautiful. Unexpectedly, This was the scene of the huge water plant after it crossed the lake. Xiao Chen's mind trembled, and he stood up, no longer feeling sleepy. Back on Heavenly Star Island, for the sake of dealing with the fake Buddhist sect that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva supported, Xiao Chen had read some Buddhist scriptures. This flower bud looked like one of the 3 Holy Masters' flowers, the Adumbra flower. The other 2 were the Azura lotus and the Brahma cloud bodhi. The 3 Holy Masters' flowers of the Buddhist sects, aside from the status they represented and their various mythical origins, each of them had boundless, wondrous uses. The lotus cultivates the magic skills, the bodhi comprehends the Tao, and the Holy King appears when the flower blooms. The first 2 sentences were easy to understand. It was just that cultivating on the lotus could increase one's cultivation. Using the bodhi to comprehend the Tao could strengthen the kamic core, achieving twice the results with half the effort. The flower blooms, and in that instant, a holy king will undergo nirvanic rebirth. In layman's terms, the flower can bloom and be reborn, which is equivalent to having another life. It turns out that there is an Adumbra flower seed under the ice. No wonder it can penetrate the ice and bloom everywhere. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression turned incredibly grave. No matter what, he had to obtain this seed. If it really had the effect of rebirth, then no matter how difficult his great tribulation of wind and fire was, he would have a 99% chance of clearing it. However, even after using his full power, he could only break through 2 centimeters of the ice. He could not extract the Adumbra flower seed at all. Chapter 1297. How hateful! All along, Xiao Chen had thought that his offensive prowess was already strong enough, that he would be undefeatable in this sky dome realm. Unexpectedly, at the most crucial moment, when the treasure was right before him, he could only stare at it. That was a divine item that could help him deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire. It was much more useful than any magic skill, emperor-grade secret treasure or martial technique. What to do? What to do? What to do? Xiao Chen anxiously paced back and forth on the ground, going round and round. Even he himself did not notice that his expression had become a little scary. What's going on? Why did Xiao Chen suddenly become like a berserker? Xiao Chen's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. Her expression changed as she looked at the thousands of snow-colored flower buds gently floating on the water. Is it because of these flower buds? Whoosh! Ao Jiao waved her hand and sent out a strand of saber chi. It flew close to the surface of the lake towards those slender golden stalks, trying to chop them all off. The thousands of stalks swayed and entered the water, avoiding this strand of saber chi. Xiao Chen's mind buzzed, and he suddenly startled awake. His complexion recovered, and he asked somewhat blankly, "What happened to me earlier?" Ao Jiao's face lit up in joy. "Xiao Chen, you were enchanted by those flower buds earlier. Your expression was very scary, like you were about to become a berserker. The Adumbra flower." This startled Xiao Chen. This flower was not simple. According to legend, only those with great beneficence in the Buddha world could subdue it. It looked like that was true. He nearly fell for it. A strong wind blew, and the Adumbra flower bud reappeared on the water. It was still as beautiful and pure as before, looking like falling snow. Xiao Chen calmed himself and carefully felt it. He discovered that his mental state had indeed changed without him realizing it. An urgent thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, an impulse to obtain this flower at all costs. Something is wrong, Xiao Chen analyzed rationally. After all, a legend is a legend. Whether the effect of rebirth is real or not still needs to be verified. Given my mental state, I should be tempted, but I should not be so rash. It looks like there is indeed something wrong with this flower. He closed his eyes and guarded his heart. After a long time, he finally suppressed that impulse. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes again, the flower bud had already disappeared. Presumably, the huge aquatic plants below had all dispersed. What kind of flower is this? It's so scary. Ao Jiao revealed a serious expression and asked solemnly. Xiao Chen murmured. The appearance of the epiphyllum is a fleeting moment of beauty, a nirvanic rebirth. This is the Adumbra flower that even Buddha would be moved by. Then, should we still go down? Xiao Chen's expression was decisive as he said calmly, yes. We must obtain this Adumbra flower seed. As long as there's a 10% chance, we have to do our best to get it. Nirvana and rebirth. No one could resist such temptation. Even though he knew that this flower was not simple, Xiao Chen was still tempted. However, at this moment he was more open to it. He would follow his heart, do his best, and adapt to the circumstances. He would not fall into madness again. When Xiao Chen arrived at the vast patch of aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, he immediately saw the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ice. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and leaped up in the lake, arriving before the lunar shadow saber with a few leaps. Then he pulled out the lunar shadow saber and sheathed it. Slowly, Xiao Chen squatted down and observed the aquatic plants at the side, looking at the seaweed next to it. All the other seaweeds were sticking to the ice. Only this seaweed was deeply rooted in the ice, growing tenaciously. Xiao Chen, who had already seen the huge aquatic plants, knew that this patch of aquatic plants grew because of this. The Adumbra flower would not produce the mysterious ice fire. It was very likely that the flame seed that Xiao Chen was looking for was under this Adumbra flower seed. As long as he obtained the Adumbra flower seed, he would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, obtaining the flame seed of the mysterious ice fire. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the bottom of the aquatic plant. It did not budge. Then he slowly increased his strength, but it still did not budge. Xiao Chen let go and stood up. With a thought, Xiao Chen drove his primordial energy. Then he pushed aside the surrounding 1 kilometer of lake water, forming an area no different from land. Taking out the formation plate, Xiao Chen started to carve the iron defense magic formation. After a while, an iron defense magic formation appeared, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer. After activating the formation, a golden ring of light appeared. This way, even if Xiao Chen did not use his primordial energy, the small iron defense magic formation could help isolate the lake water. Xiao Chen spread out his saber domain, filling the surrounding 1 kilometer with his saber intent. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at lightning speed, driving 100 strands of primordial energy at the same time. Accompanying this saber strike was Xiao Chen's horrifying King's Qi. This was already the peak saber strike that Xiao Chen could execute without using a martial technique. When the saber struck the surface of the ice, the force spread out, causing the entire frostwater lake to shake, creating wave after wave of water. However, the saber only managed to chop off a layer of ice. When Xiao Chen scraped away the ice, he discovered that the water plant was only half an inch above the surface. This peak saber strike of mine can be swung 100 times at most. Any more, and I will overdraw on my energy. If I continue like this, before I can obtain the Adumbra flower seed, I will end up killing myself. It looks like I have to comprehend that saber strike. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Only by advancing the saber domain to another level can I chop apart this layer of ice. Otherwise, I will only be able to see the 2 treasures but not touch them. I'll just treat it as cultivating. It's just a change of location. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and slowly calmed down. Then he slowly experienced everything in the saber domain, comprehending his understanding of the saber. Within 1 kilometer, the light slowly shrank. It looked like darkness was spreading, shrinking inward. Everything sank into the most primal darkness. Soon, the lower half of Xiao Chen's body sank into darkness. Then, the darkness swallowed him up, leaving only the lunar shadow saber shining with a cold light. Whoosh! Everything that Xiao Chen collected receded, like the receding tide. Failure! Another failure at the final step. how to gather the energy of this saber domain in the saber. Not afraid. Again, drenched in sweat, Xiaoqin clenched his teeth and endured his fatigue, continuing to try again. Failure, failure, failure. Countless failures prevented him from seeing the path to success. Senior Lan Chaofeng's words seemed to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. Saber domain, saber domain. Use the domain as the main and the saber as support. You cannot put the cart before the horse. Damn it, is this really not possible? As a bladesman, if I use the saber as support and lose confidence in the saber, how am I going to hold the saber in the future? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. A bladesman has to use the saber as the main. The so-called using the saber as support was just the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu being too narrow-minded. Xiao Chen's heart did not waver. Persevering on his own Tao, Xiao Qin tried again and again. He even forgot the purpose of this trip. He immersed himself in comprehending the Tao. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he tried again. Everything within 1,000 meters was plunged into darkness. A strong saber intent surged out from Xiao Chen's body in his sea of consciousness and quickly gathered at the heart of an emperor. Kassier! Kassier! It was like a sharp divine weapon was being forged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It gave off melodious metallic clangs as it slowly took shape. It was like he was reborn. He felt like he was reacquainted with the world, understanding what the saber was. When the metallic clang stopped, a small golden dot appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It looked solid and gave off an immortal light. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sea of consciousness, filled with explosive energy. The small golden dot contained a strong and horrifying energy. With a thought, the golden dot of light suddenly exploded. Light burst forth. In this dark world, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly burst forth with a sharp light, lighting up the dark space. Following that, beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's entire body. The golden light contained an unparalleled saber intent. Xiao Chen looked like a treasured saber that had just been baptized. Feeling the energy in his body, Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber, landing in the center of the water plants. Pu Ci! With this saber strike, the hard ice finally split in half and sank continuously. When the light faded, Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt incredibly delighted, immersed in excitement. I succeeded! I succeeded! The small golden dot in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer there. However, the entire sea of consciousness was bathed in a layer of golden light. Xiao Chen felt that the small golden that would soon rise up from his sea of consciousness like the sun. However, this was not the time to think about this. There were more important things to do. Xiao Chen stomped his foot ferociously, and the ice cracked with a crisp sound. Xiao Chen's eyes shone like torches as he looked carefully. 1 kilometer away, a clump of dense, flowing flames wrapped around a snow-white seed. That's it, the Adumbra seed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Everything in the entire frostwater lake originated from that mysterious flame and ice seed. Be it the hard ice, the strange ice fish, the clumps of water plants, or the frostwater dew. Everything originated from here. Joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. After suffering comes happiness. I gained a lot on this trip. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to pull up the entire flame seed. That way, everything would end satisfactorily. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire ice surface suddenly shook intensely. Following that, the ice quickly crumbled, breaking into countless pieces that floated in the water. Xiao Chen's small iron defense magic formation was immediately destroyed, and he fell over. Bang! Xiao Chen landed on the ground. This time it was real mud and not the cold ice. Xiao Chen, who had flipped himself up, was confused by this strange turn of events. He quickly retreated, trying to figure out his current situation. When Xiao Chen looked forward, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. How can this be? A 1-kilometer tall Buddha statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The Buddha statue wore a golden kasaya, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from its right thumb. Its left hand held a clump of flame. This was the mysterious ice flame seed that Xiao Chen saw earlier. The flame seed wrapped around the snow-white Adumbra seed. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave Xiao Chen was not like it was carved. Instead, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. Right, that's right. Xiao Chen recalled that he had indeed seen it before. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave him was very similar to the huge immortal statues in the Kunlun realm's heavenly starry ocean. The immortal statues were controlled by the treasure master and turned into a market on the sea. However, compared to the immortal statues, this Buddha statue was much smaller, only 1 kilometer tall. Chapter 1298. A scene of the immortal epic appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This Buddha overestimated himself and barged into the Sky Dome immortal residence, wanting to be unbridled. In the end, the Sky Dome immortal lord casually sent down a magic skill and sealed this Buddha in ice for 10 kilometers around, sealing it until now. Perhaps Xiao Chen had been wrong at the start. The hard ice did not come from that mysterious flame seed, but from one of the Sky Dome immortal lord's magic skills. Fate came and went. This was probably the truth. After the end of an epic, millions of years later, the might of the magic skill weakened significantly. Furthermore, the Adumbra seed sprouted, weakening the might of the magic skill once more. Hence, Xiao Chen destroyed the entire magic skill. Looks like after you died, there was still a formless force field preventing the lake water from falling. You must have been someone of the Buddhist sect back then. Sorry for offending you. This junior will be borrowing the flame seed and the Adumbra seed. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the flame seed into the immortal spirit ring. Boom! The instant the flame seed left the Buddha image's palm, the 1 kilometer tall Buddha image in front suddenly crumbled into pieces. The Buddhist prayer beads on its hand, the kasaya draped over its body, and the magic shoes on its feet all shattered. A pearl flickered with light amid the pile of fragments, hovering in the air. A Buddhist saraira. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. A saraira was a holy item that only an esteemed monk would leave behind. There was a glowing human figure behind the pearl. It was a miniature Buddha image. However, it was more lively, not as stiff as before. Its eyes even shone with an intelligent light. Rings of Buddhist light appeared behind the light figure, looking solemn and dignified, transcendent and holy. Many thanks, benefactor, for freeing me from the sea of bitterness, the light figure said. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. Xiao Chen took a step back, and his expression immediately turned cautious as he spread out his saber domain. The light figure of the Buddha image smiled faintly and said in an amiable tone, Benefactor, there is no need to be nervous. I am just a remnant soul, and will be reincarnating soon. The Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. I have been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Being rescued by you is fate. It's a pity that you're not a member of my Buddhist sect. Otherwise, you would be able to learn all of the magical techniques in my saraira. Xiao Chen could tell that this Buddha before him was different from the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and Zhuangjingha that he had seen before. This Buddha was not an evil Buddha. He immediately dropped his guard and said calmly, Senior is too polite. I only did this unintentionally. It is already enough for me to obtain the fire seed and the Adumbra seed. But now that the immortal Tao no longer exists, reincarnation is no longer possible. The Buddha's statue shook its head. Epics come and go. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, reincarnation exists. You can't feel it, but I can. Although I can't let you inherit my mantle, I can teach you a divine ability. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the saraira and hit Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information appeared in his mind. It was a mystical ability called Dharma World. This is Dharma World. There are similar divine powers in the Taoist sections. Teaching it to you won't be breaking the rules of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I can see some Buddhist karma in you. Perhaps we can meet again in the future. Xiao Qin comprehended the mystical ability of Dharma World. It was a genuine major magic ability. Joy immediately filled his heart as he quickly thanked the Buddha statue. Senior, please leave behind your Dharma name. The Buddhist statue smiled amiably and said, "A Dharma name is a name given to those who convert to my Buddhist sections. I have not used my Dharma name in a long time, so I don't remember it anymore. You can call me Mahesvara Buddha." Mahesvara Buddha? Xiao Chen was startled. This was a true Buddha, an existence even stronger than Bodhisattvas. This was equivalent to an immortal lord among immortal cultivators, possessing an extremely high status. It looked like Xiao Chen's earlier guess was wrong. "I do not have much time. I will give you two things. Since you obtained the heavenly snow divine flames fire seed, remember to nourish it properly. Its rank has already fallen too much. As for that Adumbra seed, whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your fate. Don't force it and enter the demonic Tao." The figure of light pressed his palms together and said, "Amit Ba," before turning into countless motes of light and disappearing. Whoosh! The instant the Buddha image vanished, the lake water that filled the sky poured down. Xiao Qin reacted quickly. He grabbed the saraira and soared into the air. Without the ice, there was still the Adumbra flower, as well as this mysterious Mahesvara Buddha. This place was no longer a forbidden land. Xiao Chen's movement technique was no longer restricted. With a thought, he landed on the shore. As Xiao Chen looked at the ice shards floating on the water, he revealed an expression of deep joy. On this trip to the Forbidden Land, there were many twists and turns, nearly losing his life a few times. However, the final harvest was startling. Not only did he obtain the mysterious heavenly snow divine flames fire seed and the Adumbra seed, but he also obtained a magic ability. As for the saraira in his hand, it was originally the most valuable. It contained the Mahesvara Buddha's various magic abilities and the essence of his lifetime of comprehension. However, Xiao Chen was not a Buddhist sect member, so he could only keep it as a decoration. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. Delightful. This trip was not in vain, Xiao Chen said happily as he smiled, feeling refreshed. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said, "Xiao Chen, do you know how to refine the heavenly snow divine flame?" Xiao Chen smiled without thinking much of it. "I don't know. However, you will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. Mo Chen definitely knows how to refine such a divine item. Let's not care about that for now. There's still 2 treasures in this lake. Let's collect them all." "What are they?" "Of course. One is the dew from the heavenly snow divine flame. The other is the absolutely delicious ice fish." "You are still not willing to let go of the ice fish?" Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said that is natural. One should not have any regrets in life. One has to try everything. If I don't eat such delicacies, the heavens will not tolerate it. I'm ignoring you. I'll go collect the dew. You go catch the fish yourself. It's fine. Just don't leave any saliva behind when the time comes. Taking advantage of the limelight, Xiao Chen gently pushed off the water and landed on a piece of floating ice. He saw many ice fish swimming on the surface of the water. Right now, the bottom of the lake was in chaos. Shock waves surged, and the environment changed drastically. These ice fish needed to come up. A relaxed smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "Come out." Bang! Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, and the surface of the water immediately exploded, blasting thousands of ice fish out. The ice fish opened their mouths and spat out streams of ice fire that looked like saliva. Then they flew toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This land was different from the lake bottom. His movement technique was much more nimble. Xiao Chen's feet instantly moved on the ice, dodging the attacks one after another. Xiao Chen's hands moved as fast as lightning, grabbing at the ice fish. Illusory images of his hands layered over each other. His speed was dazzling. Plop! Plop! Thousands of ice fish fell into the water. Xiao Chen's hands were empty. He did not manage to catch a single one. Xiao Chen appeared dispirited. He did not believe this. I don't believe it. I can already deal with Emperor Wu. I don't believe that I cannot deal with these insignificant ice fish. While Xiao Chen was happily and depressingly catching ice fish in this remote immortal realm, Forbidden Land, the reinforcements sent by Bushan Palace arrived. Logically speaking, Bushan Palace should not have reacted so slowly. However, when Old Yin saw the reinforcements, he immediately understood. The people who came were actually the direct subordinates of the three holy masters. They were all cultivators with martial spirits like the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each of the three clans sent 300 people. All of them were peak martial sages, existences just one step shy of becoming the blue-robed emperor. As for the three people leading them, they were the peak half-step Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. They were equipped with peak grade king grade secret treasures and could fight with Emperor Wu without being at a disadvantage. With the three working together, it would be easy to kill the first heaven layer Emperor Wu. These were the elites of the three holy masters. This showed how much importance the three holy masters in charge of the Bushan Palace placed on this matter. Yun Fei greets the three lords. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Old Yin, the person in charge of the Sky Dome Palace, said in fear and trepidation. The three showed arrogant expressions, their faces dark and somewhat sullen. The white-haired old man in the middle was a direct subordinate of the White Tiger, Holy Lord. His name was Qin Hu. He said coldly, Yun Fei, do you know your crimes? Yun Fei replied in horror, this old man does not know. What crimes have I committed? How presumptuous! You were careless and neglected your duties, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses, at least 1,000 martial sages dying. Is this not a serious crime? This accusation startled Old Yin. This accusation was too harsh. He knelt and said, This is simply because the opponent is too strong. It is not because we were careless. You are making excuses. On account of your loyalty to the Bushan Palace for so many years, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Old Yin rejoiced in his heart. Could it be that I can escape this calamity? Three lords, please speak clearly. By you, the direct subordinate of the Vermilion Bird, Holy Lord, said, I heard that the Blue Dragon King barged into the Sky Dome Palace without a warrant, giving the demonic world's demonic spirits an opportunity to take advantage of, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses. Is this true? Old Yen's heart sank. This meant that he was trying to frame the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. On the floating ice, naturally, Xiao Chen did not know that there was a conspiracy against him. He had already been completely engrossed in catching the ice fish. At first, he thought that these ice fish could escape his grasp only because of coincidence and the limitations of his movement technique at the bottom of the lake. However, he now understood that he was gravely mistaken. These insignificant ice fish were much more incredible than he had imagined. No matter how fast Xiao Chen moved, the ice fish would sense him the instant he got close to the fish. Then, it would gently flick its tail and dodge him. These actions looked simple and nimble, but they were actually very profound. The technique involved was even more exquisite than Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art. The more Xiao Chen studied them, the more shocked he became. These fish were probably not ordinary fish. Of course, the ice fish's true name was not ice fish. Xiao Chen had casually named it after the ice. Xiao Chen had never seen such a crystal-clear fish with a docile character and a strong spiritual energy before. There were many profound beasts in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. All of them had immortal beast bloodlines in their bodies. This fish before him was no exception. Furthermore, the immortal beast bloodline was much denser than that of regular profound beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal fish. If I can comprehend this immortal fish's movement technique and make it my own, I can infuse it into my thunder dragon steps. The essence of the thunder dragon steps was explosive power moving like lightning. As for this immortal fish's movement technique, it was good at dodging in an instant. The fusion of the two could be said to be flawless. Chapter 1299. Xiao Qin immediately took action when he thought of it. He started to carefully study the tricks of the immortal fish's dodging. While on the floating ice, Xiao Qin did not forget to cultivate the Taiji Dao. He used law energy to form a Taiji force field to help him comprehend the movement techniques of the immortal fish. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was high in the first place. He could deduce many things from one instance without any difficulty, so he quickly progressed. The floating ice had melted long ago. A circular Taiji circle appeared on the surface of the lake. The immortal fish swam happily under the pull of the Taiji force field. Occasionally, the lake water exploded, and many ice fish soared into the air. In the force field, Xiao Chen's movements appeared slow but were actually fast. As he attacked, he was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with a startling aura. However, when Xiao Chen calmed down, space froze. His movement slowed as if time had stopped. Xiao Chen's every movement was broken down into countless small movements, forming many afterimages. As he comprehended the Tao, Xiao Chen's understanding of the Taiji Dao deepened continuously. This was especially so for fast and slow. Xiao Chen gained a new understanding. His eyes lit up as if he had gained a new lease on life. In the past few days, there had been an increasing number of immortal fish on the surface of the lake. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Chen's peaceful aura. But the Yu fishes liked to gather around Xiao Chen and tease Xiao Chen mischievously. The Yu fishes did not know that their good days were coming to an end. Over the past half-month or so, Xiao Chen had already comprehended their movement techniques. All that was left was to infuse them into his thunder dragon steps. Then he would form a brand new movement technique, the fish dragon art. It's almost done. Fish and dragons have many transformations. Whether one is a fish or a dragon depends on a single thought. Fast, blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with one flight. Inside the Taiji force field, Xiao Chen first stepped on the lake surface, causing thousands of fish to soar into the air. Then he attacked at lightning speed, like a dragon soaring into the sky, startling the clouds in the sky. The immortal fish did not sense any threat. They behaved as before. The moment danger approached, they gently swung their tails and dodged this lightning-fast attack. Slow, spirit fish swings tail concealing great skill. Their lightning-fast movements came to an abrupt stop, and the commotion in the surroundings came to an abrupt stop. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and his palm moved along with it, firmly grabbing the immortal fish that was swaying its tail. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He should have been overjoyed after his success, but instead he was calm. Let's see where you can run to now. The feast has begun. As Xiao Chen alternated between fast and slow, he executed the fish dragon art in an unpredictable manner. Every time he made a move, he never missed. Soon, many immortal fish appeared in the pool in the immortal spirit ring. Return. Xiao Chen stopped and dispersed the Taiji force field. As he stood on the surface of the lake, he seemed to have completely fused with the lake water. Not only did the immortal fish not leave, but they even swam towards Xiao Chen in groups. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, they jumped out of the water and moved their bodies. Xiao Chen smiled knowingly. They truly live up to being immortal fish. They know that the restrictions in this lake are gone, and there is no food left. Their flock will inevitably die. However, in the end, It was Xiao Chen's harmony with nature, his tranquil and peaceful Taoist demeanor that made them choose to believe in Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they liked this scent. This was an instinctive choice made by the immortal beast bloodline in their bodies. Above the lake, Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He continuously executed the fish dragon art, collecting all the immortal fish into the immortal spirit ring. Plop! Plop! Immortal fish continuously leaped out of the water. Immediately, tens of thousands of fish soared into the air, materializing a magnificent scene on the surface of the lake. When Ao Jiao, who had been forced out of the lake, saw this scene, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What's going on? After a long time, Xiao Chen finally collected all the immortal fish in the lake. In this practical combat, his fish dragon art and Taiji Dao merged even more perfectly. Whoosh! His left hand was like a fish, and his right hand turned into a dragon. Two completely different auras appeared perfectly on Xiao Chen's body. A Taiji diagram covering the entire lake took shape. Two Taiji fishes, one black and one white, swam slowly on the surface of the lake like they were narrating the great Tao of the world. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was like one could hear the breathing of the entire world. A gentle breeze brushed aside Xiao Chen's fine black hair on his forehead, revealing his handsome face. Xiao Chen smiled faintly at Ao Jiao. Then he lowered his hands, and the Taiji diagram disappeared. For some reason, Ao Jiao blushed, feeling her heart pounding heavily. However, after a while, she was startled once again. Boom! The originally peaceful scene on the lake vanished. Boundless waves surged into the sky, forming many majestic pillars of water. Then they turned into a torrential downpour accompanied by strong winds. When the wind was strong, it could uproot mountains. When the rain was heavy, it could drown mountains and rivers. However, there were towering waves even stronger than the wind and rain. They rumbled like thunder, roaring endlessly, making the sky darken. The heavenly rivers shattered, and the wind blew, signaling the arrival of a storm. Between stillness and movement, Xiao Chen's Taiji Dao improved by another level. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. As he walked in this torrential rain, he laughed wantonly, appearing wild and unruly. As the rain fell, Xiao Chen's clothes did not get wet. As the strong winds blew, they passed through his body. At the lake shore, Ao Jiao watched the scene in a daze, deeply shocked by it. She was looking at this magnificent scenery, a rare sight that appeared only once in 10,000 years. However, she did not know that she was also in this scenery. The beauty at the lake shore was equally beautiful. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely beg the heavens to borrow a divine brush to draw this painting of beauty in wind and rain. The wind was beautiful, the rain was beautiful, but the person watching the storm was even more beautiful. After a long time, the rain stopped. Xiao Chen set up a simple stove by the lakeshore, preparing to cook the fish. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. Let me tell you, the fish in the lake are extraordinary. They are even ancient immortal fish. If not for this fish, my Taiji Dao and movement technique would not have improved so quickly. Hence, in life, one has to try everything. If not for my obsession with eating fish, how could I have gained so much today? Am I right? Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "It was just a stroke of luck. You praised that fish so much, but you still wanted to eat it." Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, "You don't understand. Living in this world, eating fish and meat is a barrier in the world cycle. If humans do not eat fish and meat, the heavenly Tao will collapse. I am not one of those hypocritical people. Why the need to put on an act? Of course, I will eat it if I want to." Stop spouting such fallacious reasoning. In any case, you are wrong to eat fish. Ao Jiao could not outtalk Xiao Chen. She pouted, looking extremely cute, showing off her Tsundere nature. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously. "If I told you that these fish would jump out on their own for me to eat, Would you believe me? Ao Jiao's eyes widened as she said sullenly, That's impossible. Xiao Qin smiled and said, In that case, watch carefully. Fish, oh fish. I, Xiao Chen, am hungry. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen putting on an act, she smiled and said, Keep boasting. How can there be a fish that will jump out on its own for you to eat? I don't believe it. Plop! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an immortal fish leaped out of the immortal spirit ring and landed in the pot. Plop! Plop! 4 more fish jumped into the pot. This miraculous scene stunned Ao Jiao. They really jumped out. How did you do it? I want to try as well. This lady is much kinder than a baddie like you. I can definitely do it. Xiao Qin smiled without saying anything. He gestured for Xiao Qin to do as he pleased. Ao Jiao leaned over and said in a soft and gentle voice, Fish, oh fish! Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite? Why is there no reaction? Ao Jiao said, feeling it was strange as she looked at Xiao Qin. Pooh! Xiao Qin spat out some saliva from the immortal spirit ring and landed on Ao Jiao's face. Then there was another. After that, saliva poured out of the ring like rain. Xiao Qin got the fish, but Ao Jiao got the endless saliva. The results were very different. Such a scene made Xiao Qin laugh endlessly. Then he held his stomach and fell to the ground. Damn you, Xiao Qin! I'm going to kill you. Ao Jiao wiped off the saliva on her face and launched herself at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin nimbly dodged, laughing endlessly. He imitated Ao Jiao's tone and said, Fish, oh fish! Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat? Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. Damn you, Xiao Qin! I'm going to fight it out with you. Z. Occasionally, the pile of extinguished firewood gave off sizzling sounds. Strands of azure, smoke wafted out, rising into the sky. I'll eat. Amidst the thick fragrance, Ao Jiao seemed to have a grudge against the fish. She quickly finished off another delicious, immortal fish. One more. I hate this fish. Ao Jiao wiped her mouth and said fiercely to Xiao Qin. She wished she could eat Xiao Qin as well. After the earlier commotion, Ao Jiao could not do anything to Xiao Qin. After she got tired of chasing him, she could only watch as Xiao Qin cooked the fish. When the fish was cooked, she exploded again and ate 3 fish in a row. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and handed one over. You said you wouldn't eat it. Now, out of the 5 fish, you've eaten 4. I've only eaten 1. Ao Jiao glared at Xiao Qin. You're still talking? You're already despicable enough. These fish are even more despicable than you. They're so kind and always protect them. However, they spat at me. If I don't eat them, I won't be able to vent my anger. Is it delicious? Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Ao Jiao, who was chewing on the fish, said with a lisp, It's delicious. I really want to eat another one. Then she felt that something was wrong and reacted. She quickly said, Tui, 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 tui. It would be strange if it was delicious. This despicable fish is not delicious. Humph. Xiao Qin smiled and said, You little glutton. You're so proud. It's clearly delicious and you like it, but you don't want to admit it. Ao Jiao blushed slightly and continued to eat the fish, ignoring Xiao Qin. Seeing Ao Jiao eat the fish, Xiao Qin smiled gently. He took out a spoon and tasted the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, he felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. There were thousands of soups in the world, but the best was still fresh fish soup. Of all the fresh fish soup, the one he was tasting was naturally the most delicious. Ancient fresh fish was indeed the best. Xiao Qin's guess was right. In the future, he would finally be able to taste it. No, Xiao Qin, you have to tell me. Why is it that when you speak, fish jump out, and when I speak, They all spit at me. Ao Jiao finished eating and jumped to Xiao Chen's side. She stared at him with her big eyes, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Xiao Chen put down the spoon and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you really want to know?" Chapter 1300. Quick, tell me why? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen agree, her face lit up in joy. She shook Xiao Chen continuously. Xiao Chen's smile did not diminish. When Ao Jiao slowed down, he said unhurriedly, "There are many things that seem miraculous. However, after you get the answer, you will discover that the reason is actually very simple. In order to maintain the anticipation in your heart, I have decided to never tell you this secret. You are seeking death." Ao Jiao was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, her face immediately turned dark. She pushed Xiao Chen down and pounded him with her small hands. Feeling helpless, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "All right, get up first. I'll tell you. These immortal fish are intelligent. The 5 fish that jumped out are actually the older ones in the clan. Even if I do not eat them, they will die. They might as well jump out and let me eat them. That way, I will not eat the younger ones." Ao Jiao suddenly understood. So, that is what Xiao Chen said. The logic is very simple. Then why did they spit at me? Xiao Chen smiled and said, 5 already jumped out. If you still want to eat them, then you are too greedy. It would be strange if they did not spit at you. I fell for your trap. Ao Jiao said in a wronged manner, "I am really wronged." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Are you satisfied now? Come, let's return to the Sky Dome Palace. We're going back just like that. Aren't there still forbidden lands that we have not explored yet? There's no need. Fortuitous encounters cannot come one after another. Furthermore, I already gained a lot. I have to be content. Even if there really are fortuitous encounters, I should leave them for later generations." Aside from what Xiao Chen said, there was also the uncertain danger. This was also the reason why Xiao Chen gave up. One had to be content with what they had. One should not be greedy and fearless just because one had great luck. If Xiao Chen really died here, his reputation would be ruined. He would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. The cultivation of the Taiji Dao invisibly made Xiao Chen's mental state and aura more peaceful, allowing him to see further. Sky Dome Palace. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately found that the security had become much tighter. The atmosphere was also quite oppressive and a little strange. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. The deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages was considered a major matter. After the reinforcements from Kuin Luin arrived, there would definitely be some changes. Without getting past the guards, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and went straight to his courtyard. Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen has returned. Quickly inform the 3 lords. The Sky Azure Dragon Grand Array started to spin, like a fishing net that had been waiting for a long time. When Xiao Chen showed up, they immediately mobilized their forces. In the room, Xiao Chen sensed the strange fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. In his mind, he was pondering the great magical technique, Dharma World. Dharmic World had a total of 9 revolutions. After cultivating the first revolution and executing it, one's body would grow to a height of 3,000 zhang, becoming a giant that looked down on the world. After executing this magic technique, it would not harm the body or affect one's nimbleness. The benefits were clear. Not only could it increase one's deterrence, but it would also increase one's explosive power and destructive power significantly. It was not too difficult to reach the basics, and the requirements were not harsh either. This was an extremely popular magic technique in the Immortal epoch. However, the magic energy required was startling. After the 3rd revolution, the requirements would become harsher. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "With my current magic energy, it seems like I can barely cultivate this major magic technique. To ensure my safety, I have to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had reached its peak long ago. However, Shao Chun had purposely controlled it, stopping at this layer for many years. This was for the sake of continuously raising his strength. When it came time to undergo the lightning tribulation, he would be able to pass it easily and not need Ao Jiao to make a move. Now, Shao Chun had a half-step golden body and grasped primordial energy. It was time to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. Blue Dragon King, the 3 lords of the Bushin Palace wish to meet you. They are waiting in the Great Hall. Shao Chen pushed open the door and discovered a servant that he had met a few times before. He said, "Lead the way." "Where is Old Yin? Why don't I see him?" "Old Yin, Old Yin." It was just an ordinary sentence, but it caused this servant to tremble, not knowing how to reply. Something happened. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and said, "Tell me the truth. How is Old Yin? Otherwise, I will take your life." The map that Old Yin provided played a huge role in Shao Chen obtaining this great fortuitous encounter. If Old Yin suffered any injuries, Shao Chen would not be able to rest easy. "Blue Dragon King, please spare me. You will know everything after you see those 3 lords. I am just an insignificant person and do not know anything. I hope that the Blue Dragon King will not make things difficult for me." Under Shao Chen's strong might and pressure, the servant leading the way knelt down with a plop and spoke in horror. It looked like the situation was somewhat serious. Shao Chen's face sank. He extended his spiritual sense and immediately saw the 3 leaders of the Bushin Palace's reinforcements sipping tea. "Wu Shue, lead the way. I'll go and ask them personally. What exactly happened?" Whoosh! A strong wind blew, preventing that servant from opening his eyes. When that servant looked up, he could not see Shao Chen at all. The servant's eyes showed both anticipation and worry. This Blue Dragon King is a person of will. Perhaps Old Yin can be saved. However, those 3 lords clearly came prepared. "No, I still have to go over." A strong wind blew in the Great Hall, giving off a startling aura. However, the moment Shao Chen appeared and landed, all the strong wind gathered on his body and stopped. This felt like an illusion. What a fast movement technique! He can control it as he pleases. His control is even more startling. The 3 people sipping tea were startled as they thought to themselves. Shao Chen glanced at the 3 and immediately sensed the auras of strong holy beast martial spirits from the 3 old men. Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Shao Chen immediately knew that these were the direct descendants of the 3 holy masters. "I do not have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, how is Old Yin now?" Shao Chen stepped forward and casually waved his hand. Bang! 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 The teacups in the 3 old men's hands exploded at the same time, turning into countless shards. There was no room for negotiation. Shao Chen made his move in a tyrannical manner, not holding back at all. Such a tyrannical and direct method caught the 3 old men off guard. Even though they were very experienced and confident, they were still caught off guard. Qin Hu was seated in the middle, calmed himself and said indifferently, he neglected his duties and failed to guard properly. He has already been sent to prison and will be released after 100 years of confinement. Shao Chen's expression turned sullen as he said angrily, "How absurd! I am not as clear as you on whether Old Yin neglected his duties or not. For the sake of this Sky Dome Palace, he nearly lost his life. In the end, he did not die at the hands of the demons. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people. Humph! If we say that he neglected his duties, so be it. It is not your place to interfere. You should take care of yourself first before worrying about others." By you, the Vermilion Bird, Holy Lord's direct descendant, said with an indifferent expression, snorting coldly, "Blue Dragon King, Old Yin did not neglect his duties. They were the ones who wanted Old Yin to frame you. Old Yin refused, so they tortured him until he was half dead and locked him up. Just at this moment, the servant who led Xiao Chun here rushed in and quickly explained the situation. How audacious! The enraged Xiao Qin no longer said anything. He straightened his body and charged forward, sending a palm strike at Qin, who at lightning speed. Xiao Qin attacked on a whim. Furthermore, his lightning-fast speed startled Qin, who, before he could react, Xiao Chen's palm strike struck his chest. Bang! The lightning-fast Xiao Chun was knocked back instead. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 10 steps. Whoosh! Qin, whose clothes tore apart, turning into shreds and flying everywhere. Then he revealed a set of white tiger battle armor covering his entire body. There was a breastplate, shoulder pads, arm guards, gloves, boots, leg guards, helmet, and a complete set of secret treasures covering his entire body. Roar! The battle armor flickered with light, and a white tiger image appeared behind Qin, who, roaring ferociously at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chun was very knowledgeable, and his eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the entire set of secret treasures were all peak quality, king grade. Just one piece was worth a city. The entire set was even more expensive. Compared to a regular emperor-grade secret treasure, this set was much better. Furthermore, because it was not emperor-grade, it was easier for the half-step Emperor Wu to bring out its full might. This set of battle armor was extremely difficult to forge. Furthermore, it required a peak Grandmaster-level refiner. The Holy Land probably did not have many of them, so Xiao Qin was really willing to pay. Ka! 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 The clothes of the other 2 old men on the left and right shattered, revealing a set of king-grade battle armor as well. The images of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise appeared, roaring at the same time as the white tiger image. Holy might connected. Their auras were startling, forcing Xiao Qin back a step. Seeing Xiao Qin take another step back, Qin, who felt very confident, no longer feeling fear, he said in a very arrogant manner, "Blue Dragon King, why don't you think about it? If we did not come prepared, how could we have fallen out with you? This peak quality king, grade, white tiger battle armor can block 80% of the attacks of a third heaven Emperor Wu." Bai Yu smiled coldly and said, "That old Yin did not know how to adapt to circumstances. He deserves such an outcome. However, it will be your turn soon." The white-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor said coldly, "Xiao Qin, you barged into the Sky Dome Palace's forbidden land, causing the deaths of 1,000 martial sages in the Bushan Palace. Now, we are under the orders of the 3 Vice Palace Masters to revoke your title of Blue Dragon King. Come with us to the Bushan Palace to receive your trial." Qin, who stepped forward with a surging aura, and said, "If you surrender now, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You have no idea how strong the accumulations of a holy land are. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you will not be able to kill me." Xiao Qin flung his hand. However, when he heard this, he started laughing. The other party's battle armor did indeed startle Xiao Qin somewhat. However, where did the other party get his confidence to be so arrogant? Is that so? Your tortoise shell is indeed very hard. However, no matter how hard it is just a tortoise. In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Qin had not used his full power at all. He had not even used his primordial energy. That was why he had suffered a slight disadvantage. From the start to the end, Xiao Qin had never feared the other party. It was impossible for Xiao Qin to surrender now. "Capture him," Qin, who ordered coldly. Chapter 1301. The 2 old men on the left and right immediately moved upon hearing the voice, charging at Xiao Qin. With the protection of the battle armor, the 2 did not fear him. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. "Let me see how hard your tortoise shell is." Without even looking at the 2, Xiao Qin stepped forward. He did not draw his saber, holding it in his right hand. Xiao Qin casually thrust forward, easily breaking the other party's attack and knocking him back. Like a magic trick, the lunar shadow saber leaped out and appeared in his left hand, sweeping out wildly. Boom! The black-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor fell to the ground. The two old men used only half of their primordial energy. Compared to Xiao Qin, the difference in strength was like that of clouds and mud. Not giving Xiao Qin any time to rest, Qin Hu charged over with a startling aura. Loud sounds rang out and space trembled. Xiao Qin's empty right hand clashed with Qin Hu's moves. Not only did Xiao Qin not retreat, but he even forced Qin Hu to retreat continuously, panting. After breaking 10 moves, Xiao Qin already held the upper hand. He sent Qin Hu flying with a palm strike. The seemingly complicated and dazzling movements were completed in a breath's time. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Qin easily knocked back the 3. Of course, the 3 had the protection of the battle armor and could not sustain any injuries. However, the pain from the heavy blows was unavoidable. You can't kill me? Let's see if you can kill me or not. As Xiao Qin spoke, he soared into the air and stomped heavily on Qin Hu, who was halfway to his feet, ruthlessly crushing him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded. Bai Yu and the white-haired old man, who were knocked back earlier, charged over, wanting to save Qin Hu. However, Xiao Qin did not even bother to look. He still did not draw the lunar shadow saber. He simply swung it out, using a strong saber intent and primordial energy to knock the white-haired old man back. The sharpness of the saber and the force were simply frightening. The lunar shadow saber was like magic. It flew into Xiao Qin's other hand. Holding the hilt, he chopped down heavily. Bai Yu, who was about to injure Xiao Qin, was startled. He reacted quickly and moved very quickly. He clapped his hands together and clamped down on the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. The cracks on the ground spread out like a spiderweb. Bai Yu, who caught the saber, did not have time to think before the force of the saber forced him to kneel on one knee. Xiao Qin's face turned red. Even though he knelt down, it was still very strenuous. He felt like he would not be able to catch Xiao Qin's lunar shadow saber soon. Suddenly, he felt the force on the scabbard disappear. Thinking that Xiao Qin had run out of strength, Zhang Xian was overjoyed. He quickly released his grip and retreated. However, the instant he loosened his grip, an even stronger force surged into the scabbard. He could retract the force at will. When the scabbard pulled back, Bai Yu, who wanted to leave, cried out in pain and tumbled on the ground. On the other side, the white-haired old man attacked again. However, when he saw the lunar shadow saber spinning around and pressing forward, he paled in fright and quickly retreated. Xiao Qin, who had not even moved, used a few moves to beat the two old men into a sorry state. They were in great pain, but they could not rush over. As Xiao Qin dealt with the two old men with his hands, he did not relax either. He continuously stomped on Qin Hu's body. Every step he took caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. Even if there was a restriction on the ground, it had already shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Hu's lips. He was in so much pain that his complexion turned purple. However, when Xiao Qin stomped on him, it was not only a humiliation to his face, but also an unbearable pain to his body. When the servant, who had already hidden far away, saw this scene, his mind turned chaotic. Originally, he was worried for Xiao Qin. Now he felt some pity for these three old men. They were too pitiful. If not for this set of battle armor, they might be able to ask for a quick death. Xiao Qin, let me up. Qin Hu, who could not get up at all, pleaded to Xiao Qin in pain. He was already in a sorry state, unable to get up. Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he retorted coldly. Didn't you say that you would not die even if you stood there and let me hit you? Why are you begging for mercy now? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant, to dare to frame me? Who gave you the authority to torture old Yin and imprison him? Now you are begging for mercy? Dream on. The pain drove Qin, who crazy with despair. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. He shouted hoarsely, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need to hold back. Activate the Sky Dome Dragon Formation and kill him." The Sky Dome Dragon Formation could kill Emperor Wu, a great killing tool of the Sky Dome Palace. Back then, the Sky Dome Palace was careless when facing Yao Manlan and Fengzi because of this formation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the formation was, it still needed a person to operate it. Under Yao Manlan's charm arts, the Sky Dome Dragon Formation could not be activated before it died. As the saying went, this formation succeeded and failed because of it. Now that Qin who faced the strong Shaoqin, he could no longer care about anything else. He prepared to use the Sky Dome Dragon Formation to kill Shaoqin. The expressions of Bai Yu and the old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor sank. They obeyed the orders and flew out of the hall at the same time. Although Qin, who was in pain and in a sorry state, his life was not in danger, so the two were not worried. "Shaoqin, you are dead for sure. You are dead for sure. No matter how you humiliate me now, once the Sky Dome Dragon Formation is activated, you will not survive," Qin, who said hatefully as he looked at Shaoqin through clenched teeth. "Whether I die or not is not up to you." Shaoqin prepared to leave this place. Once any formation was activated, being trapped inside would be problematic. The formation could not be activated forever. As long as these three old men remained in the Sky Dome Palace, Shaoqin had plenty of ways to deal with them and force them to release old Yin. As long as old Yin was safe, Shaoqin did not care. He could not be bothered with the people of the three holy masters' holy lands. Shaoqin stomped down heavily, but he did not draw his sword. Instead, he kicked Qin, whose chest, nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Shaoqin casually kicked this person away. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared outside the hall. Suddenly, he discovered that something was wrong. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Shaoqin felt like he could touch the clouds if he stretched out his hand. Killing qi spread everywhere, giving off a sense of pressure like a storm was coming. "The formation is activated already," Shaoqin muttered as he landed on the roof of the hall. "It looks like they planned to plot against me from the moment I entered the Sky Dome Palace. This is somewhat problematic. If I want to go out, I will need some time." "That's fine. Let's see if there is anything about this Sky Dome Dragon Formation. In the future, when I face similar formations, I will not have to feel uncertain. I have finally seen it for myself." Soon, Shaoqin recovered his mental state, calming his body and mind. "Kill." The word "kill" resounded in the sky. It was ear-splitting and struck at the mind, making one's soul tremble. A dragon roar resounded, and suddenly a dragon head peeked out from the dark clouds in the sky. It glared and opened its jaws, launching itself at Shaoqin. With a gentle flash, Shaoqin dodged this attack. The dragon head retracted, and an unfathomable dragon claw swiped at Shaoqin. Shaoqin turned around and gently pushed his scabbard forward, blocking the dragon claw. There was a loud sound, and Shaoqin felt his arm go numb. He thought to himself, "This force is very strong. It is no weaker than the third heaven Emperor Wu's." The ferocious dragon in the sky was hidden in the thick clouds. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen. The attacks that it sent out were unfathomable. Furthermore, the dragon moved very quickly, entangling Shaoqin in an instant. It looked like Shaoqin was in danger. "Old brother Qin, you can let Bai Yu make a move now, right?" The white-haired old man from the Holy Lord's faction, who was hidden in the dark, asked when he felt that the time was right. The purple-faced Qin, who had already rushed over long ago. He nodded and said he is already entangled by the Sky Dome Dragon soul. "It is time to make a move." "How stubborn." "This time, I will show him the consequences of offending the three holy masters. Whoosh, whoosh. The formations covering the entire Sky Dome Palace suddenly flickered. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. The spiritual energy of the world quickly gathered. Each beam of light hit a person. When the beams of light stopped, they gathered into a huge dragon on the ground. Every part of the huge dragon was connected to the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace. It looked like the entire Sky Dome Palace turned into a huge dragon that came to life. Standing on the dragon's head was the vermilion bird Holy Lord's faction, Baiyu. Baiyu looked coldly at Shao Qin, who was entangled with the ferocious dragon in the sky. Bushin Palace disciples, heed my orders. Sky Dome Dragon Formation. 2 dragons merge. Immediately, the 2 ferocious dragons in the sky and on the ground opened their jaws at the same time and bit down. They sealed off the surroundings, cutting off Shao Chen's path, preventing him from dodging. Since he could not dodge, he could only enter the dragon's jaws. Shao Chen quickly made his choice. Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the ferocious dragon's jaws, entering a mysterious, pitch-black place. Good. He entered. Qin Hu and the white-haired old man said loudly, rejoicing at the same time. On the dragon's head, Baiyu said coldly with a solemn expression, heed my command. Sky Dome Dragon soars, coiling dragon chop. Yes. The 1,003 holy masters cultivators stood on various parts of the dragon's body and answered in unison, their auras shaking the sky. Immediately, the Sky Dome dragon on the ground coiled up, assuming the posture of flying into the sky. The entire Sky Dome Palace moved with it. The ground for 500 kilometers around rumbled and trembled endlessly. As for Shao Qin, he felt the space around him twist continuously in that dark space. He could not walk straight. He could only spin upward, running continuously. However, no matter how he ran, he felt like he was spinning at the same spot. Chop! Baiyu shouted coldly and ferociously stabbed the weapon in his hand into the dragon's mouth. Ka! 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 The 1,000 people stabbed their weapons into the huge dragon's body at the same time. Bang! In the darkness, Shao Qin, who was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, saw many huge weapons descending from all directions, all pointing at him. Shao Qin could not dodge at all. Immediately, he was covered in wounds. His 5 senses turned chaotic in this space, and his sense of direction became distorted. There was simply no way to dodge. Baiyu shouted coldly again, and the coiled-up Sky Dome dragon suddenly unfurled its body. The 1,000 swords were drawn at the same time, all of them dripping with blood. Immediately, blood spurted out from various parts of the huge dragon's body, scattering everywhere. It looked exceptionally horrifying. Ha ha ha! I allowed you to be arrogant, not because I feared you. This old man could have dealt with you long ago. Qin, who showed a sinister expression as he looked at the blood in the sky, going berserk with excitement. Chapter 1302. The white-haired old man at the side found this somewhat strange. This formation was used to deal with the demons. Now it was being used on him. Furthermore, the irony was that it could not deal any damage to the demons. However, it was very tyrannical when dealing with its own people. Whoosh! A hole appeared in the dark space, and beams of light shot in, blinding Shao Chen into squinting. Hey, Shao Chen, are you all right? Do you think I'm all right? The 1,000 swords are all stuck in my body. What should we do? Let me help you, Ao Jiao said worriedly. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, they did not injure my heart of an emperor. To me, they are just superficial wounds. There is no need to worry. I have indeed underestimated this Sky Dome Dragon formation. I heard that this is just the simplified version. The great Sky Dome Dragon formation can appear in the sky and on the ground at the same time. Look at the situation, and you are still in the mood to comment on this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Think of a way to break it. It's fine. one more time, and I will roughly know what's going on with the Sky Dome Dragon formation. What? You want to experience the feeling of 1,000 swords piercing your body again? When Bai Yu saw the blood drifting in the air, he revealed an expression of joy. Even if Xiao Chen had the heart of an emperor, injuring him like this 10 or so times would weaken him, forcing him to obediently accept punishment. Again, Bai Yu shouted coldly, filled with pride. The 1,000 people obeyed, and the entire Sky Dome Palace shook intensely again. The Sky Dome Dragon coiled up again. Outside the Sky Dome Palace, 3 pale-faced, demonic world blood demon cultivators walked out from the darkness, startled by the intense, mysterious phenomenon. The person in the middle looked delicate with purple patterns carved on his forehead. He was an outstanding royal talent of the blood demon bloodline. The servant on the right revealed an expression of joy as he said respectfully, "Indeed, even the heavens are helping young Master Xue. We wanted to save that Yao Manlan and waited here for a few days because we feared this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Now they are in disarray." However, young Master Xue's complexion paled. "Even I am not confident of breaking this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Who is so capable that the Sky Dome Palace has to use this formation to suppress it?" The Sky Dome formation was expected to be problematic. However, it was not scary. What Xiao Chen feared were the unexpected changes. Hu Qi! With another loud roar, the azure dragon unfurled itself, and fresh blood sprayed into the air once more. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cultivators on every part of the dragon shouted in unison. Their roars were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The might of the azure dragon was on full display. Even the previously powerful Xiao Chen could not do anything now. He could only let them torture him again and again. "Good, good, good. Xiao Chen, I'll let you suffer as many times as you kick me." Qin, who felt extremely delighted and couldn't help but shout out loudly. When his voice entered into Xiao Chen's ears, it caused him to laugh coldly without end. After enduring 2 attacks, Xiao Chen had a rough idea of the current environment and came up with the corresponding countermeasures. However, with the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched, the spatial laws of the entire Sky Dome Palace had already changed. Xiao Chen's space had already been compressed to a point. No matter how he moved, he could not leave this point. Furthermore, no matter which direction the 1,000 swords attacked from, they would all strike Xiao Chen at this point. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to run around like before. All he needed to do was guard this point. If it were a regular Emperor Wu, even if he could figure this out so quickly, he would not be able to do anything. This was because they could not dodge the attacks of the 1,000 swords within a small space. They could only be tortured to death. However, Xiao Chen was different. After comprehending the fish dragon art, he was most skilled at dodging within a small space. "Continue attacking. I want to hear him beg for mercy in pain." Qin, who instructed Bai Yu loudly with a ferocious expression. Bai Yu, who was on the Dragon Head Mountain, pointed with his sword, and the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched itself once more. Then he stabbed his sword into it. The other disciples followed his lead and did the same. However, this time they were destined to be disappointed. 100 transformations of dragon and fish. Dodge. Xiao Chen's body swayed like an immortal fish swinging its tail within a small space. After images flickered. The seemingly casual swaying allowed Xiao Chen to dodge at the most dangerous moment. In one breath, the sound reverberated 1,000 times. Without exception, all the swords dodged. When the other party was about to pull out their swords, Xiao Chen's body suddenly moved. Flickering light passing shadows, he moved 1,000 times in one breath. "Kassier! Kassier!" The instant the Sky Dome Dragon unfurled, the cultivators standing on every part of the dragon all drew out a broken sword. "What's going on? Why did my sword break?" All of them found this inconceivable, showing incredibly shocked expressions. Even Bai Yu, who was on the dragon head, did not know what was going on. The smile on Qin, whose face froze. He felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! 1,000 broken sword shards flew out of the hole. Each shard contained a strong saber intent as they shot out from the Sky Dome Dragon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Caught off guard, the 1,000 cultivators each suffered a wound on their bodies as they fell. Blood dyed the sky red. However, this time it was not Shao Chen's blood that fell. The Sky Dome Dragon lost the cultivators' control. Shao Chen clearly felt that the previously tight and flawless space had become much weaker. Clash of the two moons. Shao Chen sent out 2 palm strikes, executing the 1,000-year flame and 1,000-year death at the same time. The blood moon and the bright moon clashed, erupting with a huge destructive force. Rumble. The Sky Dome Dragon, which wanted to soar into the air, crashed to the ground as if it suffered a severe injury. A large hole blasted open on the dragon's body. All sorts of bricks and tiles flew everywhere. Shao Chen leaped out of the hole. When he got a clear look, he discovered that he had destroyed a building of the Sky Dome Palace. What a profound formation! To think that it can use all the buildings in such an ingenious manner. The sincere praise that came from Shao Chen's mouth sounded humiliating to the cultivators below. Even such a profound formation could not trap Shao Chen to death. In that case, they were even worse than trash. Bai Yu was still on the dragon's head. His face sank as he shouted, "All disciples, return to your positions. Sky Dome Dragon formation, double dragon tail whip." Yes, the many injured cultivators felt dissatisfied in their hearts. However, Bai Yu's shout rekindled their fighting spirit. Thousands of pillars of light soared into the sky and leaped onto the dragon's body again. The hidden Sky Dome Dragon in the clouds in the sky was the first to charge over. Its dragon tail swept out unpredictably. The force was so great that it shook the surroundings, causing buzzing sounds. Space was like an old building, letting out a mournful cry. Shao Chen, who had been preparing to leave and not continue fighting, looked at the dragon tails flying over from both sides. With a thought, Shao Chen made a new plan. While he was in the dragon's stomach, he had already thought about it. This Sky Dome Dragon formation was somewhat strange. He did not know how many tricks it had. There was no need for Shao Chen to compete with this formation alone. Even if he won, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. As long as Shao Chen managed to leave, he could think of thousands of ways to force Qin, Hu, and the others to submit. There was no need for him to fight to the death here and suffer. However, when Shao Chen saw the 2 dragon tails, he thought of an idea. Use the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. If there were 3 Sky Dome Dragons, Shao Chen would not dare to do so. However, there were only 2. This gave him great confidence. 2 fiery lights flashed in Shao Chen's eyes, and a Taiji force field instantly formed. This time, Shao Chen split his 100 strands of primordial energy in half, making the Taiji force field unprecedentedly strong. "Fight!" Shao Chen shouted and looked around. Then he faced the dragon tail descending from the sky and slowly raised his right hand. Shao Chen's movements looked astonishingly slow. However, it was this slow movement that allowed Shao Chen's right hand to firmly grasp the dragon tail. Then his body moved like a fish. As he moved, thousands upon thousands of overlapping afterimages appeared. Qin, who exclaimed in shock, "How can this be?" The force of this dragon tail can fling away the 3rd heaven Emperor Wu. Yet, Shao Chen managed to catch it. Furthermore, he is not injured at all. That's not right. He is deflecting the force. His movements look slow, but they are actually as steady as a mountain. Although the white-haired old man beside Shao Chen could not figure out what was going on, he noticed something strange. Qin, who smiled coldly and said, "No matter how he deflects the force, when the 2nd dragon tail sweeps over, he He will definitely be injured under the pincer attack of the two tails. Whoosh! The afterimages merged. The calm and peaceful Shao Qin did not make a sound as he grabbed the dragon tail and kicked ferociously. The clouds scattered and the sky shattered. Shao Qin forcefully pulled down an old dragon from the sky. The dragon tail on the ground crashed into the old dragon that Shao Qin pulled down. The collision of the two dragons was a horrifying scene that no one could have imagined. And just like that, it happened. The thousands of cultivators on the dragon's body on the ground were instantly blasted away. The two sky dome dragons each suffered heavy losses. Thousands of buildings on the ground collapsed, using the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. Shao Qin revealed a smile as he looked at the old dragon in the sky, rolling on the ground in pain. Then he said in enlightenment, "I was wondering why it was so powerful. It turns out that it is a genuine, complete dragon soul. The capital required for the Sky Dome Dragon formation is really significant. Get into formation and kill him." Bai Yu roared as he flipped over and got to his feet. Then he glared at the fallen Shao Qin. Shao Qin shook his head and said indifferently, "The formation has lost most of its might. What else can you use to play with me?" Taiji burst. Shao Qin casually waved his right hand, and the Taiji force field, which had already spread over the entire area, suddenly exploded. The originally peaceful Taiji force field that looked natural and harmonious burst forth with world-shaking, destructive power. All the buildings on the ground were uprooted, turning into countless pieces. Dust spread out and smoke surged. The entire Sky Dome Palace was completely destroyed. All sorts of debris flew about in the air, covering the sky and sun. As for the cultivators charging at Shao Qin, they were blasted into the air by Shao Qin, scattering among the dust and wreckage that filled the air. Amid the chaotic and majestic scene, Shao Qin walked towards Qin, who step by step. The explosion that sounded like the end of the world happened behind Shao Qin, like a violent storm. However, the white-robed Shao Qin remained calm and peaceful, walking over elegantly in a calm and unruffled manner. The lunar shadow saber appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Shao Qin grabbed it and caught it. Shao Qin happened to walk over to Qin Hu's side. Before the stunned Qin Hu could react, Shao Qin casually kicked him into a kneeling position. Chapter 1303. The lunar shadow saber landed gently, pressing down on Qin Hu's shoulder like a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. "Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you have this peak-grade battle armor protecting you. If I cannot kill you with 1,000 kicks, I will kick you 10,000 times. If 10,000 times is not enough, I will kick you 100,000 times. I do not believe that you will not die." Shao Qin grasped the lunar shadow saber and pressed down heavily, causing Qin Hu to cry out in pain. Shao Qin glanced around and saw another old man standing beside Qin Hu. He immediately knelt down and said, "Blue Dragon King, we had no choice but to deal with you. Please do not hold grudges against us. Please let us off this time." With the white-haired old man kneeling, the two's overbearing aura of wanting to take down Shao Qin completely vanished. Qin Hu felt helpless. He begged, "Let us go, and we guarantee that we will not seek trouble for you in the future." Shao Qin said, "You should rejoice that I will not seek trouble for you. Yet, you still want to seek trouble for me? I already have a grudge with the 3 holy masters long ago. Whether I let you off or not, the 3 holy masters will not let me off. Tell me, what do I have to do for us to leave?" Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was broken and they were in Shao Qin's hands again, Qin Hu and the white-haired old man no longer had any fighting spirit. Shao Qin said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to leave behind the battle armor you are wearing. Dream on. This is the accumulations of a holy land. Each holy land only has 10 battle armors. If we give them all to you, wouldn't that mean that you have 3 sets? Don't think that way. The two were both startled and furious. They had not expected Xiao Chen's appetite to be so huge. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "You are mistaken. The weak do not have a choice. Either you take the initiative to remove the battle armor, or I will personally make a move. After I kill you, I will take it for myself. How do you choose? I will give you 10 breaths of time." In the face of Xiao Chen's forcefulness, the two of them felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to deal with it. 10 breaths of time simply did not allow for too much time to think. The two of them had conflicted expressions on their faces, and in the end, they painfully agreed to Xiao Chen's request. After putting away the 2 sets of armor, Xiao Chen found Bai Yu in the rubble and successfully obtained the vermilion bird armor. 3 sets of peak-quality king grade secret treasures could be considered a great harvest. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the 3 off so easily. These 3 people had clearly come here with a premeditated plan. They were instigated by someone. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters wouldn't have been so bold as to pick a fight with him so blatantly. However, just as he was about to ask, Xiao Chen sensed 3 auras approaching from off in the distance. Raising his head, he saw 3 pale-faced men dressed in blood-red clothes rushing over from the dust in the distance. Of the 3, the one in the middle gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was the most dangerous. When this person got closer and saw the purple mark on his forehead, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The demonic world's royal clan is here for the Sky Dome Heart again. Logically speaking, this was not the time to fall out with them yet. Since the sneak attack failed once, there would not be a second time. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, it must be you, right? I have heard of your great name in the demonic world. The royal blood demon in the middle looked at the surrounding rubble and continued, "Not bad. I have not even figured out how to break this Sky Dome Dragon formation. To think that you broke it so easily." A demonic genius of the demonic world's royal clan. Qin Hu and the other 2 were startled. The bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world was famous for being strong. Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was gone and their battle armor was snatched away, even protecting themselves would be a problem. Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at this person. "Why are you here? Speak directly." The other party did not take the opportunity to make a move. It was probably not because of the Sky Dome Heart, but something else. "This is our clan's young Master Shui. He is not here to snatch your Sky Dome Heart. Release Miss Manlon, and we will leave," the person on young Master Shui's right said coldly with an arrogant attitude. Xiao Chen did not care about this young Master Shui or not. He said rudely, "Release her? You killed 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. You want to leave so easily? Impossible. You are seeking death." Young Master Shui waved his hand to stop the 2 servants at the side. He smiled and said, "Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, just state them. As long as you are willing to let them go, anything can be discussed. Earlier, when those 3 people wanted to kill you, you only stated your conditions. Didn't that make things easier for you?" Xiao Chen retorted calmly, "Conditions? Sure. Give me a bottle of primordial pills, and I can pretend that I did not see you and let you go." When young Master Shui heard this, he became enraged. This Xiao Chen did not care about them at all. To think that he treated them like captives. "You are really reckless." Xiao Chen smiled, and his Taiji force field appeared. Then his figure flashed. Xiao Chen, who was originally as quiet as a virgin, moved as fast as a dragon soaring into the sky, bringing with him an overwhelming aura. Fast! Dragons and fishes changed. A blue dragon soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chen hacked down at young Master Shui. Whoosh! Young Master Shui was startled. What fast speed! The two servants at the side stepped forward and shielded him, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. "Can you block it?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and swung his saber. His momentum was heavy and unfathomable. In one breath, he executed hundreds of saber moves. The two blood demons' faces sank. They no longer showed any contempt on their faces. They used their full power to block. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. The two felt their arms aching, finding it hard to block and unable to keep up with the rhythm. "I'll do it!" Young Master Shui narrowed his eyes and charged forward. The two servants heaved a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. "Good timing." Xiao Chen laughed loudly. His aura flourished as he pressed forward, forcing the three to retreat. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, leaving afterimages. Even though he fought 1 against 3, he held the upper hand, forcing the three to retreat step by step. The rhythm of the battle was too fast. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Young Master Shui and the other two used their full power, not holding back at all. However, they were still suppressed. Slow. Amid the fast rhythm, Xiao Chen suddenly slowed down. Within the Taiji force field, the movements of young Master Shui and the others seemed to slow as well. The three were caught off guard. Before they could understand what was going on, Xiao Chen pressed his saber forward heavily, sending them all flying. The two weaker servants vomited blood on the spot and rolled on the ground. Young Master Shui staggered back 100 steps before he stabilized himself. As he looked at Xiao Chen, deep fear appeared in his eyes. After young Master Shui activated the royal blood demon, his strength was terrifyingly strong. He did not fear Xiao Chen's primordial energy. However, the martial Dao techniques that Xiao Chen displayed earlier were unheard of. He could not keep up with the rhythm at all. As young Master Shui expected, he was easily toyed with by Xiao Chen. The problem was not scary. What was scary was this sudden accident. "What exactly is your strength?" Young Master Shui asked sullenly. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "Under Emperor Wu, I am unrivaled." "Unrivaled?" Young Master Shui snorted coldly. "You are a frog in a well. Don't think that just because you obtained some ancient martial Dao, you can boast like that. Use your secret technique." "Yes." The two servants nodded. Then, the bodies of young Master Shui's group of 3 suddenly turned into bats filling the air. Thousands of bats gathered together, and young Master Shui appeared before Xiao Chen again. This time his aura was more than twice as strong. A trace of Emperor's might spread out from his body. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "Emperor's might? In the demonic world, 3 people can merge and multiply the strength of the main body. To think that there is such a secret technique. I said all the nice things, but you did not let them go, forcing me to use the forbidden technique. You asked for it." Young Master Shui shouted coldly and punched back at Xiao Chen. When he punched, a scarlet light surged into the sky. It was as if the punch had come from a sea of blood. A vast sea of blood appeared before Xiao Chen, vast and boundless. Young Master Shui rode on the waves, and thousands of layers of blood waves soared into the sky behind him. When he punched, the sea of blood instantly spread out. A vast pressure surged out along with the sea of blood. Xiao Chen looked insignificant among the huge waves. None of these royal clan demonic geniuses can be underestimated. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. He circulated all his primordial energy and split it in half. Emperor's might immediately spread out in the Taiji force field. Xiao Chen completely unleashed the aura of a king. His figure wavered as he swung his scabbard to receive this punch. Hu Qi, the force of the punch was too great. Xiao Chen's body spun along with the Taiji force field, slowly neutralizing the force. Young Master Shui's aura was overwhelming. After he punched, he launched an earth-shattering attack, raining down like a torrential storm. Xiao Chun fought fast with slow speed. He was like a small boat on the vast sea. As his figure moved, he left behind many afterimages. To the outside, the space where the two were was spinning. The scenery was like flickering light and shadows, flickering continuously. It was chaotic, and there was no way to see clearly. The impenetrable defense made the strong young master, Shui, very anxious. He had no choice but to increase his speed. After another 1,000 moves, Xiao Qin clearly noticed that young master Shui had slowed down. Clearly, he could not keep up the momentum and was trying to pull back. Fast! Xiao Chun grasped this opportunity and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. All the light within 1 kilometer vanished. The instant he drew the saber, Xiao Chun and the saber in his hand entered darkness at the same time. It was not that Xiao Chun entered darkness. Instead, his light was too strong, chasing away all the light within 1 kilometer. This saber was called Eternal Light. Young Master Shui, who had just thought of retreating, had no time to dodge. The saber struck him. The scarlet light vanished, and the bats filling the air flew around in a fluster. Bang! The bats were formed, and young Master Shui fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Young Master Shui looked at Xiao Qin, and his eyes revealed horror. Under Emperor Wu, Xiao Qin could be said to be unrivaled. These words were not exaggerated at all. Even the peak outstanding talents of the 18 royal clans of the demonic world might not be able to receive that final saber strike. That saber strike was too horrifying. It was so strong that young Master Shui could not understand it at all. There were traces of a very strong saber domain in it. However, young Master Shui had seen many experts who cultivated a saber domain in the demonic world. None of them were like Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's saber domain looked right, but was actually wrong. It already surpassed the understanding of domains that ordinary people had. It was like he had entered a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1304. Let's go! The three no longer dared to linger. They executed the Blood Race's secret technique, blood shadow evasion, turning into a long scarlet line as they fled into the distance. Xiao Qin did not give chase. He was not in a good situation, either. Earlier, he had put in a lot of effort to break the Sky Dome Dragon formation. He had even suffered some injuries that he had not treated. After that, he fought with the merged young Master Shui. While it looked like an easy fight, in reality, his physical body had suffered a huge blow. If the young Master Shui had been able to hold on, Xiao Chun might not have been able to withstand the Taiji force field. This battle also allowed him to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Qin turned his head and glanced coldly at Qin Hu and the other two. Then he instructed, "Release Old Yin and you may leave. However, leave behind the martial sage you brought." Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the young Master Shui, who could even release Emperor's might, lost to Xiao Qin, the three felt even more reverence for Xiao Qin. They did not dare to disobey his orders. After Xiao Qin left, the three showed bitter expressions, feeling extremely conflicted. Bai Yu sighed and said, "What should we do? The Holy Lord gave us a mission. Not only did we fail to complete it, but we even lost the battle armor." Qin, who felt a bellyful of anger, he snorted coldly and said, "What else can we do?" This old man was not willing to take this mission in the first place. Whoever can do it. Right. Back then, we all knew that the Blue Dragon King was ridiculously strong. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to come down. No one was willing to do it, so they pushed us out. Clearly, they wanted to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Qin, who glanced at Xiao Chen's back and said indifferently, "We should not worry about this. When we reach the Kunlun realm, someone will naturally come and deal with him. Now, pretend to be a coward and help deal with the aftermath. Once we are done, We will quickly leave this damned place. This old man is not willing to stay here any longer. Half a day later, the aftermath was more or less cleaned up. Xiao Chen met Old Yin in a simple courtyard. Many thanks to the Blue Dragon King for his righteous actions. Otherwise, who knows how long this old man would have been locked up. Old Yin thanked Xiao Chen as he knelt down. Xiao Chen quickly stood up and helped Elder Yin up. Elder Yin, you're too kind. I wanted to thank you for giving me the map. What's more, you didn't listen to them and framed me this time. That's why you ended up like this. I should be the one thanking you. After some thought, Xiao Chen took out the last longevity fruit and said, Take this longevity fruit as my token of appreciation. Senior Yin quickly rejected. I have already consumed this longevity fruit once. It is not very meaningful. Blue Dragon King, keep it for yourself. Xiao Chen now understood. The longevity tree was in this sky dome immortal realm. How could the other party not have consumed it before? How about this? I'll give you a Saint Tier pill. As long as it's not a fatal injury, you'll be able to recover quickly. There were only 10 sage-grade medicinal pills among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. However, Old Yin had been kind to Xiao Chen, so there was nothing to be reluctant about giving him one. Seeing Old Yin's embarrassment, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I have a half-step golden body. This sage-grade medicinal pill is not very useful to me. Just accept it. Only then did Old Yin reluctantly accept it and thank Xiao Chen. The two started chatting about the current situation. Qin Hu and Bai Yu had already left, but they did not bring the 1,000 martial sages with them. In the future, as long as they repaired the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace, they could still execute the Sky Dome Dragon Formation. The Sky Dome Palace still had the ability to protect itself. However, that Yao Manlon was a source of trouble. No one could interrogate her while she was in prison. No one dared to look at her eyes. Even when she was blindfolded, her voice could still mesmerize others. She was like an enchantress. Furthermore, this time, young Master Shui came to save her. Clearly, she held a significant position in the demonic world or had a major character protecting her. They could not interrogate her or kill her. Furthermore, she could summon a strong enemy. This was a huge problem for the Sky Dome Palace. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, In that case, hand her to me. I want to see which demon race in this Sky Dome realm dares to ask for her from me. Old Yin revealed a joyful expression. That would be great. There is really no way to deal with this enchantress. She is giving me a headache. Xiao Chen left behind a message talisman. While I'm in the Sky Dome realm, if Old Yin has any trouble, you can use the message talisman to look for me. Bring me to the prison, then. Inside the prison, Xiao Chen saw Yao Manlon, whose arms and ankles were shackled. However, her sorry state did not diminish her charm, making her look pitiful. Instead, it made one love her even more. Blue Dragon King, be careful when you go in. Several people fell for this enchantress's tricks. The one leading Xiao Chen was a woman. No man in the entire prison dared to face this woman. When Yao Manlon saw Xiao Chen arrive, she showed a somewhat excited expression. She stood up and wanted to pounce over the swaying chains giving off dang-dang sounds. As Yao Manlon wished, Xiao Chen sent out a few strands of saber chi and broke the chains binding her. However, his figure flashed slightly. Plop! Yao Manlon, who had used too much force, fell to the ground. Yao Manlon cried out in pain and prostrated herself on the ground. She was somewhat stunned that her chains were gone. This only made her even more horrified. She took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Chen. What are you trying to do? Before she came to the Sky Dome realm, men were just playthings in her eyes. Even those outstanding talents of the demonic world were just more interesting playthings. However, after seeing Xiao Chen, this man became her nightmare. She had never been so afraid of a person before. At this moment, Yao Manlin's clothes were messy, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a weak woman, flustered and afraid. Interesting. If someone who did not understand what was going on saw this scene, they would think that he was bullying her. Interesting. Tell me, what do you think you want me for? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Yao Manlon continued to retreat until she reached the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she said, "You can't touch me. Otherwise, once we leave the Sky Dome realm, no one will be able to save you." Yao Manlon really thinks that I want to touch her. Xiao Chen could not help laughing hoarsely. Due to his past experiences, Xiao Chen had a favorable impression of Eros demons. Of the demons, he was the least willing to kill Eros demons. However, this Yao Manlon had the appearance of an angel, but the heart of a snake. No one liked her. Stand up and speak. Let me ask you, do you know of an Eros demon called Lungyu? Xiao Chen asked. Lungyu? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Yao Manlin's heart trembled. Her expression changed drastically. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and said, I don't know her. I've never heard of her before. Eros demons had always been good at hiding themselves. However, when Yao Manlon heard Lungyu's name, her expression changed drastically. Could this Lungyu really be a major character? Never mind. No matter how major a character is, it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps she has already forgotten about me. Perhaps the other party had already forgotten about the past. How could he engrave it in his heart like he did? If you don't know her, then forget it. Put away that act of yours and leave this place with me. Yao Manlon did not dare to imagine what would happen if Xiao Chen said that indifferently and walked forward. Yao Manlon originally thought that with her abnormal expression, the other party would continue to question her. Who knew? She would get past it so easily. Could this fellow have something going on with Master? You're just standing there and not leaving? Do you still want to put on the chains and continue staying here? Xiao Chen asked when he saw that the other party was not moving. Yao Manlon reacted and asked, What exactly do you want to do? This place cannot hold you. I'll bring you to Qingyun Peak. I'll watch over you personally. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Seeing that the other party seemed to be somewhat foolish, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to waste time, so he restrained her. After leaving, he tossed her into the Flood Dragon War Chariot and flew towards Qingyun Peak. However, what Xiao Chen did not know was that the moment he left, a figure hiding in the darkness of the Sky Dome Palace discovered him. This is troublesome. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, is personally watching over you. I have to go back and report to the demon monarch Lungyu. After bringing Yao Manlon back to Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen personally interrogated her. However, the other party refused to say anything. In the first place, Xiao Chen was not good at interrogating people. Furthermore, he was mindful of the Eros demon Lungyu's kindness to him in the past, so he did not want to use any excessive methods on Yao Manlon. If Yao Manlon did not want to say anything, then so be it. It would be fine as long as she did not cause trouble for him. Xiao Chen arranged a wooden hut for Yao Manlon in Qingyun Peak and did not send anyone to watch over her. He only got the female disciples to send her some food regularly. He did not fear Yao Manlon running away. As long as she was 1 kilometer away from Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen would be able to catch up in an instant. In his free time, Xiao Chen spent most of his time in the desolate back mountains, cultivating the major magic skill, Dermic World. Dermic World required a Dermic World before one could stand firm in the world. A Dermic World required one to use magic energy to condense a Dermic World in the sea of consciousness, reflecting one's heart. At the same time, one had to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, condensing one's soul in it. It was extremely complicated. In the information that the Mahasvara Buddha gave me, it said that everyone's Dermic World is hidden in the depths of one's heart. It is a projection of one's heart. I wonder what my Dermic World will look like. At the summit of the desolate mountain, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Then he closed his eyes and entered into bitter cultivation. When the sun rose, sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, dyeing him golden. It felt warm and very comfortable. Xiao Chen circulated his mental energy to condense a dermic world, slowly absorbing the radiance of the sun into his sea of consciousness. The sun set and the moon rose. The blazing golden light on Xiao Chen's body vanished, turning into tranquil and peaceful moonlight. Then he absorbed it into his sea of consciousness as well. This cycle continued for 15 days. After a total of 1 month, a miraculous scene of the sun and moon shining together appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At the intersection of sunlight and moonlight, yin and yang merged, and a golden lotus was born. Of course, the golden lotus was not Xiao Chen's dermic world. However, if he used the Buddhist sect's method to condense a dermic world, the dermic world would be born from the golden lotus. If he used the Taoist sect's method, the dermic world would be born from a purple lotus. Different paths led to the same destination. The tiny golden lotus had just sprouted and urgently needed magic energy to nourish it. Xiao Chen was not stingy, slowly gathering his magic energy. He could clearly feel the joy and satisfaction of the golden lotus. Sun and moon shining together, the golden lotus sprouted. The nourishment of magic energy required care and persistence. One could not be too hasty and let the golden lotus grow wildly, nor could it be too slow, or it would starve the golden lotus to death. Condensing a dermic world required patience. Although it was complicated, as long as no one disturbed it, it would succeed. The golden lotus bud grew stronger and stronger as layers of lotus leaves covered it. When the flower bloomed, Xiao Chen's dermic world would appear. From then on, it would reside in the depths of his sea of consciousness, guarding it like a deity. Days passed. Xiao Chen's magic energy was about to run out. The golden lotus radiance was already extremely resplendent.